I think we are kinda... Wait, what? Pew pew boomstick? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean, Gan? Also, I'm really sorry, Lazar. Like, we kinda missed today's time a little bit. Yes, we are live. Let me just change my screens right here. Yeah, now it's fine. Oh, hey everyone. How are you guys? How are you? It's kind of messy today because I was trying to teach Rex how to fucking play Project Zomboid and we kind of got mistimed and, well, you know, things are like that. But hey, say hi to people, Snake. Oh, fuck. Give me a minute, Snake. No technical issues. I had you muted.
Oh no.
Okay, you can say hi to people now.
Hey everyone, I'm Sneku, everyone's favorite technical English gun VTuber currently on a hiatus because I fucked up my shoulder. But I'm here hanging out with Call Me Dick today, so we should have a good time. Isn't that right?
Yeah, Snake kind of hurt his wings when trying to fly way too close to the sun in a gun match, right, Snake?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Also, let me actually do you a shout out for you, Snake.
Thank you, but yeah, I just a little fuck up. Only have to have a surgery to fix it. But yeah.
Wait, it's okay. Is it like this?
I'll be back to my own live stream soon.
Let's see if the thing gives you like gives us like a good clip from you.
In front of these beer bottles, okay?
You want a clip? Oh, okay. There we go.
Don't move.
Oh, this is a good one.
Whatever you do, don't move.
Wait, were you playing with Louie?
Yeah, it was his first time playing Lethal Company.
Stay right there. Don't move. Don't move.
Oh, I remember this one.
Yeah, it's classic. I'm very proud of it.
Stay right there. There we go.
Bro, why did you try to murder him like that?
Because it's funny.
Oh my god. Well, I don't know where you can actually get your hands on an MG34 again. You know, if I knew that, I would get one myself. Also, hi Cypher, how are you, bro? All right, so we are kind of waiting for Louie, so I think we can sit down and just chat a little bit before Louie arrives, because I'm pretty sure he's not gonna take a long time to be here. O que você tá fazendo em Limanski, Cypher? Oh, that's nice, Lazar. That's nice. I hope you have fun on your party. And don't drink too much. You know, drink in a wise way. Right, Snake? You don't want to ruin your fucking liver.
Nah. You don't want to do that. I would not recommend
Right?
such activities.
And
We'll do it in moderation anyway.
yeah, I mean, everything in your life, one gotta do in a moderate way. You know, it's not very wise. I will sell a new liver for 37.8 doubloons. I don't need that, bro. I'm fine. I'm fine. My liver is pretty fine. My kidneys are pretty fine. Ô Cypher, as recompensas são uma maneira boa de ganhar dinheiro. É bom que você gasta a munição, o dinheiro todo com munição. But you also don't need to drink with such that sort of moderation, Lazar. You can, you know, you can be a little bit more, how should I say? I wasn't gonna say bold or anything like that. You know, you can enjoy a little bit more. especially because it's the last day of the year, you know. Okay, so in the meanwhile, let me actually open this thing right here with the tier list already. Just let it ready for us. Studio mode. So, but like, okay, let's go back, because you were talking about that while we were kind of off stream, Snake. But what happened about the guy with the communist, like the communist guy?
Oh, he blocked. He blocked me, unfortunately, typical communist. But he claimed it's okay for communist regimes to put people in re-education camps because they're quote unquote not necessarily bad. Because you can't have free thought. You have to deprogram people, quote unquote. But he also said it's okay for communists to or it's what Stalin. It's okay for he said it's okay. It was okay for Stalin to genocide and jail people and put people in concentration camps, gulags, because he was defending his ideology and making sure he was in power. But since other funny mustache man from the 1930s and 40s did it, it's bad.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's how communists operate, you know, like they are like they love to point fingers at other people for doing stuff that everyone would consider bad. And then suddenly you realize that it's them doing these things and in a way larger scale than everyone else. But suddenly for them, like their side doing that, it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay when we do it. The exact argument.
Yeah, it's like absurd.
Yeah.
But then like that's our problem, you know, because since we are how should I say rational people and we think in a rational way, we kind of expect that these people would behave the same way, but they just don't. They just don't.
Mm-hmm.
They just follow like a very twisted rule, and I don't know, buddy. It's very weird. Like dealing with commies is like bad. I kind of lost my patience. Like nowadays, I don't have a lot of patience to deal with these pricks anymore.
Nah, it's better to point and laugh instead of waste your breath trying to argue with them.
Yeah, you know, I think the best thing that you can do is just, you know, like poke fun at their incoherence and call it a day.
Yep.
All right, have a wonderful night, Lazar. Thanks for stopping by, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The Avengers would disagree. Não, mas isso aí é só você usar Sapiens, ou Cypher. Você consegue sair dessa. Eu já consegui derrotar cada grupo de inimigo grande no Stalker usando Sapienza. I mean, based on your logic again, yes. But then, because it's you and not the communists doing that, to them, you are doing something bad, you know?
Yeah. It's only okay when they do it, okay?
Yeah. Only they have like a free pass to do stuff like this.
Yeah.
Stuff that personally, like everyone would be against. But then, because it's them, they are like, oh no, it's fine. Oh, I think it's this one. Yes, it's this one. Let me make myself a little bit smaller. Não, eu sei como é que é, Cypher. Eu sei como é que é. Eu tenho isso também. A minha coleção tá gigante. Eu tenho mais arma pra usar do que oportunidade.
People are launching fireworks outside my place because fireworks are illegal in my state. Very nice.
Fireworks are nice. Unfortunately, like dogs tend to be really scared, but you know, like it's only like once or twice, so it's not gonna. If you train your dog correctly, if your dog is not one of those you know, like dogs from like rich Karens that are absolutely made out of paper mache, it's not gonna have like any major issues. And I mean, you can be there as well for your dog, you know.
Yeah. My dog hides under my desk.
Your what? Sorry.
My dog hides under my desk when she hears fireworks.
Wait, have you actually sent pictures of your dog on the Discord?
Nah. Here. I almost said I haven't said. You've seen Bob. Everyone's seen Bob.
Yeah, of course, multiple times on a weekly basis.
But listen, it's not the Daily Bob without being posted daily.
Technically, yes, you're right about that one. Ô Cypher, inclusive lá no Gama tem umas armas que eu não usei até agora porque eu simplesmente não tenho munição suficiente, cara. Eu tenho um .50 que eu não usei porque eu não tenho munição suficiente. Eu tenho 9x39 que eu não usei porque eu não tenho munição suficiente. Eu tenho 9x21 que eu não usei porque eu não tenho munição suficiente. Eu acho que eu tenho uma arma em 338 que eu também não usei porque eu não tenho munição suficiente. So like, what's the difference between like is 338 like bigger than 556? Like, completely new question here.
What caliber?
338. Yeah.
338 Lepore? 338 Lepore is like a Magnum caliber, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. Oh, I think I'm kind of mixing that with like, isn't 300 Blackout the one that like people sneak inside AR mags with like 556?
Yeah, that's a funny name, but 300 Blackout is pretty much a 556 cartridge with a 308 bullet. So it's really good for suppressors. So you're firing a full bore bullet and make it very good for suppressing, which is why it's very popular for suppression, because it's subsonic. Because there's less powder charge for that 308 bullet.
Oh, that's why like sometimes when you see 300 Blackout rifles, especially carbines in some games, they already come with like one of those integrated suppressors.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it would be the equivalent of maybe Russian 9x39?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That is the exact equivalent, yeah.
Okay. So it's kind of something that offers like more power than a 556?
Technically, yes. Technically, yes. But it's going slower because it's using that 556 cartridge. Or casing, 556 casing.
In a larger bullet. With a larger bullet.
It's using a 308 bullet and 556 casing.
It would be kind of like 45 against 9 mils. So you have like less velocity, but a bigger bullet compared to a smaller bullet, but with more velocity.
Yes.
Okay. Understandable. Now they make sense.
Well, that's why 300 Blackout is a very popular suppressed round.
It's kind of funny because Cypher was talking about like the weapons in Anomaly, and I was it came to my mind because I have a bunch of weapons there. Have you posted Daily Bob today, Snake?
Yeah, I post Daily Bob every day, almost every day.
Okay, so that's on you again. That's on you for not seeing Daily Bob.
Yeah. Yeah, Daily Bob was posted at 3:45 p.m. EST today.
Okay. I'm just gonna ignore that. No, it's not that. But guys, I was like thinking back about Stalker. They actually have like 2 338s there. They have Lapua and they have like 338, like a Federal 338.
So 338 Lapua is a Magnum rifle round, while 338 Federal, let me look it up. Second. 338 Federal is pretty much a neck up .308. So it's a similar caliber to like
FAL.
Yeah, it's so 338 Federal is a necked up 308, so it shoots a slightly longer bullet.
Mm-hmm.
Or the case is necked up anyway, so you get a little more charge out of it.
Mm-hmm. All right. And the Lapua one is because it has like more gunpowder.
Yes, 338 Lapua is a Magnum cartridge.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why 338 Lapua was developed was so Britain could have an intermediate cartridge between 50 cal and 7.62 NATO for their sniper role. Because they found that 7.62 NATO didn't have enough effective range, but they also didn't want to use 50 cal to blow people apart. So that's why it came about.
Ah, come on. So they like, what was the first thing that used that thing, like that caliber?
338 Lapua?
Yeah, L96. Or
Give me one second.
okay.
Yeah. I'm not entirely familiar with Magnum cartridges, so you gotta give me 1 second. But
All right.
Okay, the first rifle was the same guys who made the Funny Accuracy International rifle by the 3 guys who made a rifle and
In a shed.
Yeah.
A shed in a garden.
Yeah.
Mm.
Let's see. There we go.
Wait, did you send that thing to me or what?
No, I'm still looking it up.
Oh, okay. No, it was
Okay.
just like if you have like the ways to look for it, like why not? I was just gonna say that, if you have that thing from the top of your head, but then you're sitting right in front of a computer, so why not do some research,
there we
right?
go. I got it. So the first rifle was the L115. The Arctic Warfare.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That came about in 1985. That's when the UK adopted 338 Lapua.
And is that like just let's say like a more powerful upgraded version of their L96?
I believe so.
Because if I remember correctly, the 115 looks very close to the L96.
Yeah. So the L115 is pretty much as the L96 and 338 Lapua.
Yeah. Understandable.
Yeah.
It would make sense, since 115 would sit like above 96, so you would think, oh, maybe the smaller one uses like a smaller caliber, and
Mm-hmm.
At least they know how to count. It's not like fucking Microsoft. Ugh, bro. But anyways, I think we can kickstart this thing because otherwise, like, we're gonna.
I think Louie is still asleep.
Yeah, maybe he went to grab a coffee and got like kidnapped by the Chinese triad. I don't know. Who knows? Let me just take a look here. Let me see if everything is fine. Yeah, if I need to change something, I will be changing. Let me actually move your model to the side a little bit here. I think everyone can see. I'm gonna reduce the size of my model as well, just a tiny little bit, so I don't occupy everything. Right. When Louie comes, we can deal with this. All right. So, as you guys can see right here, we have a wide variety of tiers. We have everything from S tier to utter garbage. I don't know, but like the last time that I did this thing, I had one gun in utter garbage, and I still think that that particular one belongs to that particular tiers, but let's wait, because what we're gonna to try here and actually try and talk about it and come to a conclusion among like the three of us. I mean, the two of us, at least for now, right? And
Yeah.
when,
The council will decide these guns' fate.
yes. And then I don't know, like maybe you guys will be I don't know, annoyed by our takes. I don't think you guys will, but I'm pretty sure we might enrage some fanboys. Yeah, because we always do. Also, hi Burger, welcome.
And man, and some of these guns on the list I actually do own. Like the Mosin-Nagant, I have 3 of those, M1, and the TT-33.
That's the good thing. You can actually bring your like real-time
Experience with it.
yeah, experience with it. E Cypher, eu acho que eu vi alguma coisa disso, mas eu não vi assim completo. Não cheguei a assistir o vídeo não. Cypher was talking about how Ian from Forgotten Weapons apparently released a video about a Halo gun.
Yeah, so that's pretty much a gunsmith graduate school project. What he did was he took a Mossberg 590, flipped it over so you could have the Halo shotgun, and added
Oh no, that one! I
Yeah.
saw that.
Yeah.
So wait, that is actually like a Halo shotgun, big quotation mark.
Yes. It's a Mossberg 590 flipped over, and the trigger grip has been adjusted because where the trigger mechanism is on the 590, and the pump has had to be moved down and adjusted because, well, the pump on the 590 is on the bottom, and where the tube is, you have to connect the tube, which sounds a lot easier by me talking about, but it's probably a lot more complicated to develop and work on, like anything with guns. It's easier said than done.
It's always like that, especially when dealing with these sort of like weird adaptations or customizations.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, Burger. There are some guns out there that they are so bad that in some cases it's better if you have a fucking spear. You know, like between a spear and a Cobra Terminator, I'm pretty sure a spear would be like more effective against your aggressor. Especially if there was like 2 aggressors. I want to see you reload a Cobra Terminator and like hit 2 guys.
Listen, if I have a single shot shotgun, I'm going up against a guy with a spear and some other random guy. It's better than nothing. I mean, even granted, it's a Cobra Terminator, which is a slam fire shotgun.
That's the problem. Half of the time, that shit doesn't work, Snake.
Well, the Cobra Terminator works. It's just very uncomfortable to shoot because, let me look it up. It has like a wire stock in 12 gauge, which is
appalling. Say the least.
Have fun. I have a Remington 870 in 12 gauge with a overfold stock, and it's not pleasant to shoot, or was it pleasant to shoot until I put like a foam pad on the stock, because that is sheet metal, and it became very not fun to shoot with recoil going into your face with sheet metal.
I'm pretty sure that is not very, very comfortable. Indeed. Also, hi Shintoki, welcome. Today, me and my brother, Snake, we are sitting here looking at World War II weaponry and, well, trying to rate these things. We are kind of waiting for our boy from the Philippines, Louie, as well, but I guess the Chinese triad got him. Either that or he drank way too much Strong Zero and passed out. You know, who knows? Also, Rasputin saying that, is this the part where you say go to STI to get your lessons in gunsmithing? I wish it was, Rasputin. Like if they want to, what, like
man wants his sponsorships.
Yeah, like give us some sponsorships, bro. Like Federal Ammo, like Sonora Desert Institute, like Rock Island Auction House. I don't care, just give me them sponsors, give me them gun sponsors.
Yeah, well, maybe one day for me if I ever get big enough.
Oh no, I hope you do get big enough,
Yeah,
bro. Like
I hope-
we definitely need more people that are like willing to teach people about guns and gun culture in general, like on the internet.
yeah.
Ah, okay.
There is such a thing as American gun culture. I could confirm that. I mean that I am American and I have guns. So
It's very
is that like
simple.
that-
Very simple.
is that like that? Is that like that? One guy who went to Switzerland and glorified their gun culture and poo-pooed on American gun culture.
Oh yeah, that
and,
particular one from that
Yeah.
particular video that we've watched. Hey yo, bro, I was just sitting here like watching Cody Noir making that video after we did ours. Of course, like he had an edited video while we were just sitting here talking, like reacting to it. But then I was like, bro got to the same conclusions as we did. Like,
Yeah,
that means that we are in the right path, you know.
we do good. I give myself a pat on the back.
Nice. Okay. Here's the thing. Shintoki, where are you from, bro? Like, if you don't mind me asking, are you from like which part of Asia are you? Because I am not very good with how should we call it? Oh, fuck, I don't know how. What is the name of like Chinese alphabet or like Japanese alphabet? Like the name of the symbols.
What?
It's not fucking hieroglyphs. That's like Egyptian.
Calligraphy?
Ideograms? I don't know.
Give me a second to Google.
Yeah, go to Google. Okay, Snake, entertain the people. I don't know, talk about the guns you have and stuff while I go to the kitchen. I gotta grab something to drink. I'm gonna grab some booze, fellas. Like 1 minute.
Give me 1 second. Cinograms, that's what they're called. Or kaiji in Japan, or haija, or hanji. Haija, I don't know how to pronounce those words. And hanji in Mandarin. So there we go. Learned something new today. But yes, typically, if I was on a hiatus for an injury I sustained a couple weeks ago, I usually do gun hand cam streams on Fridays. On when Fridays I'm not working, called Fun Firearm Field Trip Fridays. I usually go over firearms. So, next firearm I plan to field trip and go over and talk about a little bit what happened, why I had to go on a hiatus, which I'm probably should stop bringing up by now. Is going to be my AK and work on that, clean it, but. I own the M1 Garand, a couple Mosins, a couple other World War II related firearms. So, but yeah, I've gone over M1 Garand, my BM59, my Yugoslavian M5966 SKS. Gone over that. I'm an AK guy as well, so I like AK. So I have a nice small collection of AKs. I need to expand upon it, but. If you ask my preferred caliber, it's 5.45, and no, it's not a dead caliber in the US. 5.45 will rise again. Yes, a Garand ping. Let me grab that since I brought that up. I gotta do it now. Give me a second, guys. A little difficult for me to maneuver it since I only have 1.5 functional arms at the moment. My other arm's in a sling. I'll try to give you guys a nice little ping. There we go. Do. There we go. Got in there with not too much issue. Okay, here we go. Nice little ping. There we go. Hope you guys heard that. Grab the dumb rounds, reload this clip. Yay, yes. I'm glad I could tantalize everyone with a proper Garand ping. Have a real Garand ping. So how's everyone doing today? Is everyone ready for the New Year's? I'm not looking forward to the New Year's right now. I am, but I'm not at the same time. Simply because what's going on with me. So I'm glad Call Me Dick invited me. It's always nice to be invited to stuff every now and then. Nice to be included. So, but hey Dick, what's up? He's back. I hear him shuffling back there. He'll be back here in a second. You're back! Yay!
Sorry, I'm back.
That's alright.
Oh my god, the blurb redeem us. Oh, it's not the blurb redeem, it's the fucking sound alerts again. Why these things are. I'm the only fucking content creator that has to do with this bullshit from sound alerts and blurb. I hate this.
You missed my Garand ping.
Oh, you did that. Lovely.
Yeah, gotta do it once per stream every time I bring it up. The people must be entertained by it.
Oh, yes, yes. Hey, yo, bro, you're cheating. Like, I told you to entertain people when you pull off the Garand card. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Ah, just because I can't do something like that, fuck you. Where's the shotgun? I want to see the chuck from a shotgun as well. Where
I
is
can
it?
grab that. It's gonna be a little difficult for me. Give me like 2 minutes here.
Oh no, your fucking arm is like fucked up. But don't worry about it.
Nah, it's still partially functional. Give me like 2 minutes.
Bro have like a fucking broken wing and I'm sitting here being like, ooh, do shotgun noise. Also, Donnie, thank you for the hydrate reminder. I actually grabbed like a shit ton of booze, which
I
make
had my shotgun I had my shotgun behind me. It's usually in the other room.
I guess he has his shotgun behind him.
What is in the other room? Ah!
Bro, I'm pretty sure that if I add like the 2 different kinds of alcohol that I put in this thing, and I add like both alcoholic grades for this will be like over 50% easily. Now let me actually take a picture of this thing and post on the server. Give me a minute, boys. Can I do this? I think I can. So what are you guys up to? What are your plans for the fucking New Year's Eve? Tell me. Tell me why.
Hold that with my right arm. Ah.
Okay, I'm gonna post that on Discord to show to people. Show to people the wonderful things.
All right, I'm back. You want to hear the action of a very smooth shotgun?
Mm-hmm. Ah, boy, that gives me boners.
And this is the shotgun I have is a Remington 870 Wingmaster, made about 1983, 85. I looked up the number, so it's actually like good classic Remington. This one is a police trading shotgun, so.
Oh, so the ones that you were talking about the other day when we were looking at like Gun Corner.
Yeah, police trading.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Pretty.
I did a fun firearm field trip on this one a little while back. So we'll revisit it. I plan on getting a couple more shotguns because I have found more police trade-ins I now need in my collection that will go complement with this one. But I also have a couple other police trade-in guns besides just the shotgun, so. Police trade-ins are a surplus gun that a lot of people sleep on because they're pretty much just civilian guns, just been used by some sort of police department. But you get them cheaper than, say, brand new guns, and they're practically the same thing.
Yeah, I remember we taking a look at those from like Gunbroker, and there was actually like some pretty good deals on those ones.
Oh yeah. The one thing I will say is my AR is a police trade-in. It actually has a thing, Surefire. My flashlight is actually a Surefire. that they only sell to like the police and military, so that's actually pretty neat. But that other than that, it's pretty much just a stock AR you can get anywhere.
All right, let me actually let me save this. Downloads. Let me actually show you guys what I'm having here on the alcoholic stuff. I was talking to people how... Oh no, you're not even close to the fucking mic, you bastard. What do you mean no plans at all? What do you mean no plans at all, man? Come on, are you not going to like do some sort of gathering with your friends or with your family? Give me a minute, boys.
And back.
Okay, welcome back. Let me actually show you guys this. Where is those AI tools? This thing right here that I use in order to... Oh, it's kind of cutting the thing, for fuck's sake. You're not supposed to cut it. Okay, let me cancel this. So what are your plans for the New Year's party, Snake?
Stay home. I can't really do too much at the moment, unfortunately. Yeah.
No family gathering, no friends gathering.
I mean, just hang out mainly.
Oh.
Yeah. You have a good Christmas? I had a pretty decent Christmas, so.
Oh, I had a pretty good Christmas. Like we had some friends, like not some friends, fuck, some family come over. We had like a huge ham. We had like roast chicken. We had like a bunch of different like Brazilian, more traditional like Christmas stuff as well, Christmas dishes as well.
Hello, Noodle Bowl. How you doing?
Hey, it's fucking Noodles. How are you, Noodles?
We're waiting on Louie. We don't know what happened, Louie.
Yeah, Louie is gone, reduced to atoms apparently.
Yeah. Very sad, very sad.
Okay, what is your question, Noodles? Let me actually add some filters to increase like the... Okay, where is it?
Noodle is asking how you feel about the 1917 revolver, the
Colt and like Smith & Wesson service revolver from America in 45 ACP, or the 38 one.
45 because they couldn't make a 46.
Exactly, 45 because they had to make a fucking 45 because Filipino natives were so thick that 38 couldn't do the job. I like that thing. I like that thing. I'm an enjoyer of revolvers in general. I think we actually saw one of those things in our last like gun broker stream, Noodles, the Brazilian contract one.
Yeah, the M1917 is kind of neat because it was actually just supposed to be a stopgap until the U.S. built up enough 1911s. Funny enough, because the 1911 was adopted in 1911, but the U.S. didn't really ramp up production because they're still in their war at the time. But the M1917 was built as a stopgap to help supplement for the lack of supply of 1911s, but continued to see service all the way up until like the Korean War. It was actually really popular with U.S. tankers because revolvers, unlike handguns, don't eject casings. And the issue is if you eject like a casing inside that tank or in a closed space, it's going to bounce around and possibly that hot casing's going to hit you. And I can confirm, hot casings are not fun to be hit by.
It's not really fun to deal with, right?
Oh yeah, I actually got a second degree burn on just above my right elbow from my buddy's MG3 we were shooting because it ejects downwards and we were shooting prone. Got a nasty little second degree burn on there. So hot casings are not fun. Would not recommend them.
Would not recommend that particular experience.
Yeah.
Also, that fucking like Chernobyl green drink right there is literally what I'm having right now. That is like Brazilian cachaça, which is 40% alcohol and like some other like green apple flavored booze. I'm pretty sure that's like over 55% alcohol combined, the two things, and some Sprite. So I think I'm gonna get fucked, but I don't care.
Let him cook.
Let him cook. I actually have that shit on the screen. All right, fellas. So let us actually start this thing right here. Otherwise, we will not finish this today.
Yeah. Might as well
Also,
start
cheers.
with the handgun. Something easy, then we'll move on to the rifles.
Oh yeah. Actually, like the thing right here. Yes, it's exactly how I remember. So I've put like handguns, then submachine guns, then a couple of shotguns, then light machine guns, and like machine guns, then like semi-auto rifles, and then bolt action rifle. All right. Oh yeah, Noodles. Snake here, our American partner, he does have like a lot of knowledge and property around firearms, so you know he knows what he's talking about.
Oh, thank you. I'm not an expert by any means. I'm just an enthusiast, a very autistic enthusiast. So.
We are all autistic down here. Don't worry about it. You will get to know now, Gan. You will learn a lot. I mean, we are not here actually to teach you guys stuff, but you guys are gonna learn stuff by osmosis, you know? When you listen to people talking about, please don't listen to the communists talking about guns online, otherwise they will make you believe that there's something as the AR-47 chambered in like, I don't know, like 25 Smith & Wesson capable of carrying like 55 clips per magazine.
You can blow out your lungs.
It will blow out your lungs, and it's especially used in mass shootings. So don't believe them. All right, first things first. Pistols, Nazi Germany. We have, well, I would say like three examples here of like German weapons from World War II. As you guys can see right here, where my cursor. Do you guys actually see my cursor? You guys don't see my cursor, right?
I see it. I'm watching your stream. I see it.
Really? It does show? Okay. Okay, so this thing right here, Walter P38, chambered in what, like 9mm parabellum, 8 rounds in a magazine, right? If I remember.
8 plus 1, yeah. It's 9mm parabellum. The Walther P38 came around because Germany realized
Snake,
that.
what the fuck, bro? You're
Yeah, we'll
get the fuck out of here. The thing is fucked up. Like Blurb is fucked up again.
Louie's on.
Oh, I think Louie fought like 8 hours. We are already here, bro.
I got it.
Detrás de ti, imbécil!
It's okay. We just started with the list, so.
Yeah, we are fine. So like Walter P38
came around.
introduced kind of to replace like both the PPK, not exactly replace, but be like a more, let's call like a reasonable choice for like officers and like other sorts of troops that would require some sort of handgun in World War II. Cause back in World War II, they were not really using the Mausers anymore. They were pretty much focusing on oh, we actually have 4 German weapons, not 3.
Yeah, I was going to point out you included the Luger. You have to include the Luger.
Yeah. Luger, I would say that the Mauser was very outdated by then. The PPK was like not that common among like, I mean, it was common among officers. It didn't have like a lot of like real use in the battlefield though.
Yeah.
A Luger and a P38 would be like more, should I say, like applicable uses of like 9mm.
Yes. I mean, the P08 Lugers where 9mm started, so.
Yes, exactly.
But
the way back in World War I.
the Walther P38 came around simply because Germany realized that production of the Luger and the Luger itself was kind of outdated because it's a very expensive pistol, especially compared to like the Walther P38, which used is.
I mean, the mechanism is on the Luger is way more complex.
Yeah,
than the one in the water.
Lock action.
Yeah.
And the Walther P38, give me 1 second. Let me look up the exact action. Give me like 2 seconds. Yeah, the Walther P38 uses a. Give me a second. Uses a tilting lock mechanism, kind of like M92s, Beretta M92s, and the M1951s. So it kind of got that ball rolling. It's still somewhat complicated compared to like a Browning tilting lock action, but a lot simpler compared to like a Luger, obviously. So, but the P38 will actually continue production post-war in East Germany and West Germany. West Germany would develop the P1, which is pretty much the same thing. The main difference between the P38 and P1 is the P1 has an aluminum frame while the P38 has a steel frame. But the P38 is a very well-renowned pistol. It's a very good pistol for the time being.
And very sexy pistol as well, because god damn it, that thing looks good.
Oh yeah, but it would.
Don't think about how many times, how many people that thing popped in the back of the head, but like the gun itself is pretty nice.
Yeah, but the P38, like I was saying earlier, would influence many designs in the future, like the Beretta M92, the M1951, and the Croatian PHP series of pistol, and a couple other pistols that would pretty much just be copies of the M92 and M1951.
I've seen like recently, I've seen some people posting like some pictures of like I'm not gonna call like a modernized P38, but it's a different version made in another country that has like some sort of weird guard like under the barrel.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Oh fuck, I don't remember. I saw that shit like twice, just like this week on Twitter, but I don't seem to remember the name of it.
Well, we'll figure it out later, but if you ask me, the Walther P38, if it were fall on tier list specifically for pistols, I'd give it a solid A. The shortcomings being with it, it has a heel release magazine, meaning you have to, the release is on the bottom of the magazine and not a button release like say a 1911, so it's a little harder to change magazines.
Oh. Wait, the Luger one is a button, right? It's not in the end of the mag.
It has a button release.
Ah, okay.
But if you zoom in on the P38, you can see the heel release on the bottom.
Yeah, those ones can be a little bit more. I guess it's just like, again, it's one of those things that is kind of outdated. But again, we are not sitting here to analyze these guns like they, according to our, let's say, standards today, right?
Yeah.
And yes, again, this little thing right here is literally called the Walther PP, you know, like this PP series.
Yeah.
It is stupid, we know, but you know, you can blame the Germans for that. That's not my fault. I like the P38 a lot. I think when it comes to like being a cost-effective weapon, it is definitely way more doable than the very complicated Luger. Just like the grease gun and the Tommy gun, if you compare both of them, right? It's a cheaper weapon. You can produce more of them for the same amount of price than the other one. This thing is a magazine fed, so it already offers like a huge advantage on top of something like the C96, for example, even though I fucking love the C96. So way more usable, since it comes in 9mm and not in what, like 7.65, like because gotta remember, back then they didn't set 32 or something like this, especially in German. They said 7.65. Like the PP, I think it offers like a better, like in between, like everything, right? You have like good firepower, let's say good ergonomics, and like good cost of manufacturing. And again, it looks sick because I'm a very visual person, so I'm taking into consideration these sorts of things. From this list, I definitely don't think it's like the best pistol out there. But again, like we don't have a lot of very huge opponents when it comes to like, I think there's only one gun right here. I mean, maybe two guns right here that could compete like on equal parts with the P38. But yeah, I think A, it would be like a good rate for that one.
Yeah. It definitely did set a lot of modern standards for single action, double action pistols with decocker and everything. But the main shortcoming for it for me is the European heel style mag release. If it had a 1911 style mag release where you press a button and the magazine drops, it'd be a little higher, but
yeah. I think that is something that if you are used like to the ergonomics of the gun, you can like circumvent that quote issue like very easily. Hey, look who we have here.
Hey guys.
Hi, Louie.
You got just in time. We're discussing the Walther P38 if you want to give your 2 cents about it.
Yeah, we pretty much are on a very...
So,
yeah.
wait, you guys are discussing the Germans right now?
We're discussing the very first pistol.
Pistols, yeah, pistols.
Okay.
Okay, Snake gave an A tier for that one. If it's me, I would give it a B tier. Just because I think there are other things when it comes to pistols that, again, I'm a visual guy, so they look cooler. I'm not saying they are better or more effective. I'm saying that there are things that look cooler, so I would give it a B.
I would probably give it a B as well because, again, Walther P38, I'd say it's like more or less like on the common side when it comes to a pistol. In regards to the Germans during that time, I'd say like if
You gotta adjust Louie's image as well. He's covering me.
again, you see a lot more of them on the front. In all honesty, I would probably like if I were to put like a pistol a little bit higher up in the tier list, I would probably give that to the Mauser C96. But
You are on my side. Hell yes.
yeah, because like in terms of like rarity, well, like there's a
Mauser
reason
is not
why
that rare even nowadays. They made a shit
Well,
ton
yeah, I
of those
know.
things.
I mean, back then, those times, you know, C96s were like issued to officers. Well, I don't. It looks more like a luxury piece. In all honesty, there's a reason why the Allies would actually find some of these and bring them back as
Treat
like,
them
you
like
know,
it's a trophy gun.
spoils.
like
the trophy gun.
Boyle's trophy or a trophy gun
Alright.
and all that stuff. In
Boys,
terms of that, I would put it a little bit higher.
All right, before we continue, because I have something to say about the Mauser, but before we continue, let's go to the hop in one of the empty VCs on my server, because then I can control your volumes like individually, because I can do that here.
Alright.
One of the empty ones, like whatever one. All right.
I can't join them right now. Yeah. You want to check in? Hop in. We'll just hop in game room too. We'll go from there.
I just literally woke up. I might need to grab a quick coffee, and I'll be right back.
Oh, don't
That's
worry,
alright.
don't worry.
Easy.
Which
right.
room is it?
Whatever
game room,
empty room, and then I will drag you guys to the stream buddies area.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay.
All right.
All right. There we go.
Yeah, because here is a little bit better because I can control your volumes like independently.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But you wanna adjust Louie's PNG?
Oh yeah, like he's sitting on top of you.
Yeah.
Oh no, you guys are one with each other. That sounded hella sus. Okay.
Snake is just shy. He's hiding behind me.
He being sneaky breaky.
Yep.
All right.
Sneaky Sneku.
Super sneaky. I'm just as slippery as Slytherin
Right.
slide snake.
Let me
Solid Sneku.
increase this. Yes, I'm gonna increase this so people can actually see it properly. And then give me a minute, cause like things are like this. I'm gonna
I'll be right back real
go.
quick.
Yeah, go grab your coffee. Don't worry about it. Forget about it. All right. So related to the Mauser specifically, I think that it deserves, even though of course like it's let's say outdated design and it's not as quote ergonomically as the Luger or even the Mauser P38. Not Mauser, fuck, Walter. Of course, like it doesn't have like, it's not a magazine fat gun, so it has that against it as well. But I think that the technological impact that that thing brought to the table and to like not only just military but also like commercial guns, right? Civilian gun ownership.
Yeah.
It's like way above the P38 because again, it wasn't the first semi-automatic pistol produced, like mass produced, but it was certainly the first commercial success of a
One of the first
semi-automatic
commercial
pistol.
successes, Yeah.
So it was the first thing that actually got popular, and that's why we see this thing like in so many works of fiction, in so many books, in so many like TV shows, video games, like even those pulp like magazines from back in the day. Every single time that you would see some sort of pulp adventure, you would see someone with a fucking Mauser C96 because this thing looks cool. Like you look at it and it's a fucking cool gun. I don't trust anyone that looks at that thing and says it's an ugly gun.
It's an iconic gun. It was used as Star Wars guns, as Han Solo's blaster.
Yes.
Main drawbacks of it is the way you load it is stripper clip feeding, but and the caliber is a little wonky too because it's a very high power pistol caliber. It's almost a carbine caliber, like 30 carbine, like the M1 carbine. So it's right on the cusp of being like a full carbine power.
Wait, you're talking about the original like 7.63, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then a lot of the majority of these things were converted to like 9mm, and I know that.
So the 9mm were actually Spanish made for China and stuff.
No, they even have conversions for that in World War II, World War One. Like for German use. Yes. Listen, that's why like in Resident Evil you have like that thing is called the Red 9 because the original like 9mm conversions for them, or either conversions or like original guns but made in like 9mm instead of 7.63, in order for people not to like have logistics problems. They had like the huge Red 9 on the grip. That's why it got the nickname. It was outdated by 1916. You're right about that, Rasputin, but still, like, it's a gun that it played like a way bigger role in like firearm technology development than the P38. That's why I think it deserves like a higher rating. Not just because of what it is, but what it represents to like gun technology, civilian firearm ownership, military technology, and to a lesser degree, pop culture as well. That's why I think it deserves like a bigger rating than the P38.
Yeah, but the P38 also influenced a bunch of designs. Like I said, it influenced the M92, a bunch of other pistols, because of the action and its decocking mechanism. Like you take just the back frame of the P38, you can almost confuse it as a M92. As a rear frame as a M92.
I mean, you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about it.
So.
All right. So if we we can compromise here. Like, we can say that both of them are either A tier or B tier.
Yeah. But the
I would say A tier.
Yeah. The C96 is a very good pistol, but the size of it kind of made it awkward, which is why some of them were just straight converted to SMGs. Even though them as SMGs was really, really funny because they like smack around.
Yeah, like that thing is absolute. Oh, have you seen the like when they were still like let me actually drag these things to the A tier then. Have you seen that whole thing of like when airplanes were still experimenting with like rear turrets and they didn't know like, and there was literally a contraption, a bunch of Mausers.
Just strapped together.
It's kind of crazy.
I mean, you have to. It's also kind of funny because if you think about it, you shouldn't be using a pistol as a defensive plane weapon, but because the planes had no armor back then, they were literally just fabric of wood.
No,
a C96 7.63 Mauser would destroy a plane.
And also that was like in a particular era in which they were still experimenting a lot, and literally
Mind you, pilots back then in the First World War used the C96 carbine as their personal defense weapon.
Yeah.
So that's something to consider as well.
Yeah, like if I'm not wrong, like the first recorded quote engagement between two planes was literally like two pilots firing their handguns on each other while midair, and that's why like. Because back then, like very in the beginning, like planes were used for reconnaissance only. They didn't even had guns on them. They certainly didn't had guns like aiming forwards because they still haven't like found out how to actually sync the fucking machine gun firing with the propeller. So they would either have someone in the back with like a bolt action rifle with like a larger magazine. Like Germany had a lot of those like Gewehren with like extended mags for that use, and then people started experimenting with like some other stuff like putting pistol contraptions like that one, and then they finally realized, well, it's better just to put a fucking machine gun over there. So they came with all the fucking Louis, the MG15s and whatnot.
But the C96 deserves to be an A tier because it helped get the ball rolling for semi-auto pistols and kind of help establish the mold and was like one of the first practical ones out there.
Yeah, I definitely think it deserves the A tier. Now, what about the PPK? Because the PPK is very iconic in like pop culture because, well, we all know James Bond. That's pretty much it. Like people, I think that I've heard a lot of people that shot this thing in real life saying that it is a very uncomfortable because it has like some very shitty ergonomics.
The Walther PPK the Walther PPK or PP was actually very favored by Luftwaffe pilots simply because it was small and compact. It was good for self-defense, but the main purpose of it is pretty much just a status symbol pistol. Because it's not really, because in World War II you have guns like the P-38 running around with 9mm, while 32 and 380 were seen more as civilian self-defense cartridges.
Yeah, the Walther PPK was commonly cartridged chambered in 380 though. But also you do also want to mind that this is the Walther PPK back then was one of the first successful double action semi-auto direct blowback pistols. Again, I would probably rank it around probably B tier for the reason that it pioneered for double action semi-auto direct blowback pistols, at least for that.
Yeah, I mean, well, the FN 1900 really established a good mold for direct blowback 32 ACP pistols. But the Walther PPK...
That's the reason why I say it was one of them.
Yeah.
It was one of them.
Yeah. But it helped establish a mold for modern pistols. Or more modern double action pistols in the future. And also influenced the Makarov. Heavily influenced Makarov.
So
Alright,
I'd
yeah.
say just for it being a pioneered
Yeah.
type of pistol, that's part of the mold for like modern day double action blowback pistols. I'd put it probably in B tier. If it would have been a lot more practical, past like 380 ACP,
Do they
I
actually
probably
had that thing in like 9mm as well, or not?
No.
no.
They only
Okay.
offer.
It's a very
the
small
only
frame,
closest
right?
thing-
Yeah.
The only closest thing that I know that would be chambered to 9mm would be 9x18 Ultra, but
Yeah.
that's not exactly 9mm.
No.
Rasputin say it's A. Okay, why is the A gun? Rasputin, tell us. Try to convince us of why this is an A gun. Cause like I'm not gonna lie. You guys brought up a bunch of fucking information that I wasn't aware of. I would consider like mostly what I would consider with this thing was like you guys said, it was a caliber, some sort of calibers that were more focused on civilian public,
Personal
right?
defense. Yeah, personal.
At the most, I would see this in police enforcement, though. But
Yes,
that's just as
they-
much as I can
they
get for
were
military
used.
applications.
They
Yeah,
were
really.
used a lot by police
Yeah,
back then.
pre-war and post-war, Germany and West Germany and even East Germany used these as police guns.
Yeah,
They,
but
a bunch of countries use them as police guns.
and also you got to remember that a lot of the very fancy ones that were, let's say, looted from some German officers that didn't need them anymore, they were fucking PPKs, and some of them were like very fancy ones with some
Yeah.
very fancy engraving and whatnot, including a certain guy in Germany that goes
Yeah.
by the name of Adolf.
Mhm.
Wasn't his fucking PPK like sold in an auction like recently again?
I don't know. I think the Russians or someone probably looted it. I'm sure if like one of the Soviet soldiers got on their hands on it, they'd hold on to it for dear life. It wouldn't
'Cause-
surprise me one of the German officers who was there took it and kind of made it his personal weapon.
Yeah, but then this kinds of things also change hands a lot. I think I've seen something about his PPK being sold like in the last couple of years, like in an auction house. I know that Goering had like I think it was a pair of Lugers, like very customized Lugers, and then Gaddafi had a fucking C96 engraved.
Yeah, but, so Rasputin says PPK was and still is a solid weapon for all safety features it has and double and single action. Not really, especially when 9mm is so proliferate and it's just a better cartridge overall.
I would say that it would be a good backup weapon for your handgun.
Yes, it's a backup weapon to your backup weapon.
Wait a
Yeah,
minute,
again,
isn't-
to
sorry.
modern day standards, PPK would kind of fall short to what a lot of like other subcompact modern weapons will have, though. But you can use it as a self-defense weapon. It's just that
Not
you're gonna
effective.
be using one hell of an antique. You're gonna use one hell of an antique of a self-defense weapon.
It's
Right,
like
it
using
still
a
does
cap and
work.
bow revolver.
Yeah, well,
For
a little bit
self-defense.
better.
Well, oh no, that's a little bit too
Yeah,
far out
yeah,
there,
but,
though. Again, PPK, you can still you can still use a personal defense
don't
weapon.
know,
It's
bro.
just that
I don't
Pretty-
know, bro.
it's
If
pretty
you
old,
have
but
only
modern day
one
standards.
hostile guy and you bring out your flintlock with like a 50 cold fucking lead ball and hit that guy in the middle of his chest, I'm pretty sure he will be dead.
I mean,
okay,
not-
shoot
not-
someone in
not-
the face with a PPK and say they still have to have lunch. Rasputin, say that for any kind of gun.
yeah,
Even a 22.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Just
think anyone would like getting shot in the
It,
face. by
in that
anything.
kind of context, it doesn't matter if it's if it's an old or new weapon.
But most
Quite
of the time, people go shoot body shots, and 9mm is just a better cartridge.
I guess
think-
like if you're really on a budget and grab
Yeah.
it from like a milsurp place, like guess you
Yeah, but
can
I don't think
if
that
you're really
these
that on a
things go
budget.
that cheap.
Let me check prices real quick. Sir, please trade in Walther PPs and PPK.
All right, for
Yeah,
now we're
go
gonna
check
put it
Gunpowder or
at B.
something.
We're not saying it's a bad gun. We're just saying it's a personal defense weapon. That was its main market, was personal defense.
For me, I'm not too much of a fan of subcompacts and all this stuff, and like it for me, will strike as much as a B because it's subcompact, and it will not be found in military applications though.
At most, please. So new Walther PPKs go for 600. What is that? No, that's a police trade-in. 600.
I mean, it's still a gun, so.
Yeah.
But again,
Yeah.
like with 400, you can, like, if you're talking about buying a weapon nowadays, with like 400, you can get the PSA dagger,
Yeah.
right? Of course, like it's a bigger
Yeah.
weapon, but again, if you're going for like subcompact, I'm pretty sure with like $400 you can get something that is pretty good. I don't really know like all the subcompact guns around there. Nothing actually comes from my mind. Maybe a Springfield XD
Or
or
like
maybe
something-
one of those. The HK USP
look,
compact.
Like I can get an IWI Masada for just only $200 in trade-in,
Yeah.
and new $220, which is quite literally more than half the price that you can be able to get for a Walther PPK. Again, the reason why, the reason why you get where it costs more is because the antiquity of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a status symbol. It's an iconic gun, but it's not as good as most of these guns. Like you said, it's a personal defense weapon. That's what it was used for.
Yeah.
No, and again, I think that even taking into consideration like back then, not bringing our modern bias towards the whole thing. Again, there's a wide variety of other handguns right here that would be more effective when it comes to a handgun than the PPK. That's why I think it's fair that it sits at B. Okay, but what about the Luger? What about the very fancy Luger? Because I really like this thing. I don't know you guys, but I really enjoy the Luger. I think it looks pretty amazing. I think it's a pretty iconic weapon. Yes, the PO8. And again, like it is responsible for literally like the most like popular caliber out there. So I think it's safe to say that it brought up large amount of innovation, at least when it comes to the caliber to the market.
I give it a B simply because the toggle lock action is a very complicated action. It's a very iconic pistol. It sets a lot of standards for modern pistols, but I give it a B simply just because of the toggle lock action.
I probably give it a B too because even though we do see it with a lot of officers and whatnot, the one thing that kind of keeps it from being an A for me is the slide action on there that's reciprocating and whatnot. That kind of bothers me a bit. In all honesty, I would rather have the Walther PP or the I'd rather have the P38, yeah, than the PO8. Simply because of that reciprocating flip up, kind of like a Pedersen pistol
Toggle
style
lock.
kind of.
Again,
toggle lock.
I agree with you guys. That action is not like the simplest out there, not the cheapest out there, and I'm pretty sure that thing was complicated enough that it would give headaches to a lot of people. But you guys also have to take into consideration like the historical factor of this shit. This shit actually served 2 world wars, just like the 1911. It lost the 2 world wars, unlike the 1911, but it served there. And let's just say that I think that if we take into consideration, it's impossible to forget about the action. We can do that. But if we take into consideration how innovative and how revolutionary 9mm Luger was to like gun manufacturing like all around the world, even to this day, and how this thing actually was totally usable because you can look at the Mauser and say that, oh, that thing was useful in World War One, but it was already outdated. But the Luger was literally useful in both of the World Wars. And it served with flying colors. It's not its fault that their fucking country lost, right? But I think military-wise and its military service, I think it brings way more prowess than the P-38. So I think it deserves a better grade in the P-38 because of that.
The toggle axe is also less reliable, which is why I actually failed U.S. trials. So, like the
Oh, wait a minute.
like
We actually put that thing in A, right? Oh no. So I think it would have to sit in A as well
well,
because of the military prowess of it.
Yeah, but the issue is the toggle action is also less reliable. It lost out to the 1911. Like, if I remember correctly, Mauser sent over a 45 caliber Luger for U.S. testing when we were getting ready to adopt the.
Yeah, that was 1907, I believe.
Yeah.
They had these Lugers in 45 ACP,
And it
but
lost out.
it was rejected.
Yeah, it lost out because the
But-
toggle
but-
action.
The toggle action could not be able to take that pressure 45 ACP.
But,
But they just-
but artillery Luger, like
The artillery Luger is
stock
cool.
and like snail drum mags with like 32 rounds.
The
Storming
snail
the
drum,
trenches with them boys in World War One.
yeah, the snail
Yeah, but
drum
we're
is neat, but it's also very unreliable.
You know,
Oh,
this is
come
also
on, you guys are
catered to
giving me
historical. This is
sad
also
time.
catering to historical facts. Even
Yeah.
though it was the longest serving pistol for the German military, there was a reason why it got officially replaced by the Walter PPK by the time of World War
The
II.
P-38.
Yeah, but
P-38.
it's
It was sorry, Walter P-38. Sorry about that. Yeah. So again, it was a long-running serving pistol, but that's what's keeping it from being a B.
Well,
I can't
it's
believe
definitely a
this.
B.
To me.
It's definitely
So
a B.
yeah.
biggest anime betrayal of 2023. I had so many anime betrayals during this year. Like I need to find better friends.
It
Tony
was-
sat here in my community saying that he ate like vegan hot dogs and they tasted just as good, and now it's this. I can't believe you guys.
All right, let's talk
All
about
right.
the high power.
Oh, you want to go with the high power? Okay.
Yeah, that's equal. That's actually just as iconic. It was
As
actually
the
very much-
BO8?
Yeah,
Oh hell no!
yeah.
Nobody
the-
cares about the high power. They went for like fucking 7 years without making that shit. 70.
No, the high power was made for a long time, but the high power kind of set the standard for a lot of double stacked 9mm pistols. Minus the fact that it's single action only. That's a shortcoming of it. And the magazine disconnect safety, that's another shortcoming.
I do recall correctly, Beretta did saw that design of the Browning High Power, and of
Yeah.
course John Browning being part of
That
that
FM.
productions. And yeah, again, given the history of the development of that thing, because
The
FN, they
high
had to
power-
move their productions because
God.
of the onslaught throughout
Yeah.
Europe, right? So they had to move their productions, and that was halted for a bit of time. So again, there's that, and also Italy has seen that design of the Browning High Power, and eventually the coming out of the Wonder Nine, the Wonder Nines, I think, is when they started making their Beretta models.
Okay,
To
let
double
me-
stack, I think.
I'm sorry to
I'll
interrupt
make
you,
sure
Louie.
everyone-
Let me just say what Rasputin said here. He was like, the artillery Luger was a good war club too. I mean, I'm pretty sure that,
Any
Yeah.
pistol's a good war club.
yeah, no, especially a carbine. You can
Yeah.
grab that shit by the fucking barrel and hit your friend in the opposite trench with that fucking
Yeah.
wooden stock, especially back then, bro. With those wooden
You
stocks,
want-
like
and I would see that with the C96 though, because there's a longer barrel and you have more leverage with that thing
definitely
too.
that.
It's pretty
And
much
have you seen
that
the
thing is
fucking
pretty much like a
thickness?
Lely.
Yeah, have you seen the
Yeah, that
fucking
thing's pretty much
thickness
just a
on,
lily.
on the stock of that thing? It's like a finger thick. I don't know how big that will be. And I think
Okay,
they're
I don't-
actually replacing the high power, the fucking Canadians.
Yeah, the Canadians replacing it with a P226.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh
That
god,
is
you think like
contract
contract
what
per se.
pistol, what pistol you think would be a good bludgeoning weapon if you're that desperate?
Pistol.
C96.
C96? I don't know. I'm thinking that like maybe revolvers would
Yeah, the revolvers
No.
are definitely good.
You know-
be a
You
bludgeon.
know which one
because
would be
not-
a good one? That fucking grizzly with the extended barrel. Because
Grizzly?
it doesn't have, yeah, like the you know, like the grizzly one in was it like 50 AE or like the 10 millimeter
Oh,
one?
the Grizzly Mark V.
The one with
I
the
thought you're-
longer barrel. Either
I thought you're
that
talking
or-
like in terms of World War II weapons.
no, no.
Okay.
Either that or that Desert Eagle with like the longer barrel as well. You can grab that shit and just swing it.
Well,
I
yeah,
still
you got
think
more
that one with-
leverage. You got more
yeah.
place to grip.
I still
course,
think that
yeah.
one with a stock would be a better one. Okay, so high power. I know that this thing was used by a lot of the Commonwealth forces, especially in World War II. I know it was still used after World War II. Like you said,
Oh, yeah.
9 millimeter
it's still-
in like with a double stack mag, very, let's say,
Very
revolutionary
very
by
ahead of its
then.
time.
Why do some people say that this thing is very unreliable? Because I've seen like some people complaining about it, saying like,
Just
"Oh, that is
because-
very unreliable."
Just because they're probably using very old high powers. And another issue with a high power is you get nasty slide bite or hammer bite from it because the beaver tail isn't long enough. They later fix that issue, or at least partially resolve that issue with a longer beaver tail. So the hammer doesn't hit your thumb. But I haven't heard anything about the high power itself being completely unreliable.
Okay,
I
so
mean, I have my
maybe
issues with a high power, like the magazine disconnect and single action only.
and this thing was actually made by it was designed by John Moses Browning, right,
It was his last design.
Yeah,
bro?
yeah, it was last
Rest in
time
peace,
before.
King. Rest in peace.
Yep.
Yep.
But
it
a
was-
lot of
it's like
countries
it's
made
under
this.
FN.
FN made this. Canada made it. The UK made it. Argentina makes it under license. A couple countries still make this too.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
if we're
it's,
talking about in this World War II context, I'd give it a solid A though, just because it's fairly advanced for its time being double stack 9mm.
I mean, I would say that between like if you gave me a choice between one of these things and a P38, I would choose this thing like any day of the week.
Yeah, the capacity, the capacity.
Yeah,
compared to
capacity
the
alone.
better.
And also,
Yeah,
I would say ergonomics, but because probably this thing is more comfortable than
Yeah.
a P38.
Well, the checkered grip on that thing, whether it be wouldn't I'd say that would give kind of like a little bit of better handling on there. But then
Uh-huh.
again, you know, the 1911 also did have checkered.
Yeah.
The only difference is that it's running a little bit more spicier round than the 9mm.
Yeah.
But I'd say like in terms of capacity, I think that is the highlight feature of
Oh yeah,
the
definitely.
Browning.
13 rounds, 13 plus 1 capacity versus 8 plus 1 capacity.
No,
of the same
there's
caliber.
nothing in World War II. I think the closest one that could get for like to that was like the C96, because the
Yeah.
C96 carries like what 8?
10 rounds.
Damn. Yeah.
And then the SMG
type of
variation of the.
Wait. Isn't this Russian piece of shit here like 9 rounds?
8
What?
rounds. 1895 Nagant is 8 round.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think. Do you have any experience with this thing, Rasputin? Or like, do you guys have any experience with it, like in real life?
No, I do not, unfortunately. I want to get
Me
a
neither.
high power variant, like a FEG, Hungary made FEG high powers. The closest experience I have is the P9R, which has the frame and outside of the high power, but has a Smith & Wesson 59 action.
Oh, I
but-
remember you talking about this one.
Yeah.
So
I want to get a high power clone though.
those like new ones that are made nowadays.
No, the FEG made a clone of the high power.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so where should this thing be? Like A tier?
Hey.
Yeah, A tier.
Yeah. Okay. Because of the double stack,
mag.
I think it justifies.
Yeah, that and like most of the pistols at the time didn't really had that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's mostly single stack, whether it be.
No, I would say that every single one of them didn't have that. Like when it comes to pistols, like the major ones, I don't remember any. Cause like I know that when I did this particular tier list, I went for like the most like common weapons in like all of these countries, and I don't remember any other like double stack pistol from World War II.
There's not.
Yeah, I think that's the only one because nothing's coming up.
Not unless it was like some weird oddball prototype out there.
Yeah, but then if it doesn't serve like in a decent amount of numbers, it's not even worth like talking about. At least not for now.
I mean, an honorable mention probably, but that's just it.
Yeah. All right, so let's try to follow this fucking
List, yeah.
yeah, it's the fucking alcohols. I'm losing my fucking words. All right, that's a Numbu. That's a Type 14, not the
Type
Type
14.
02, if I'm not wrong. So like that's the second iteration of the 8mm Numbu pistol. At least when you look online, what you see is that people claim that the 02 variant was actually like a very reliable weapon and whatnot, but then, you know, Japan war, not a lot of resources. They had to reduce the quality on their like firearms and pretty much everything, not just firearms, and then the simplified designs, and then things got kind of shittier, and you guys know the fucking story.
Yeah, I know the Numbu pistol's not really something to write home about. In all honesty, I think you'd probably get a D for me.
Yeah.
People actually say that the 02 variant was pretty reliable, but again, like every single fucking record that you found about like 8mm Numbu, like the caliber in general, for like submachine guns and like mostly pistols, right? People always complain about being like an anemic cartridge.
Yeah,
So-
it's about the same as 32 ACP, and I've actually handled a buddy of mine's once, and the ergonomics are not good.
Wait, the
It's a very
Numbu?
awkward pistol to hold.
Wait, the Numbu.
You held a Numbu.
Yes, I have a buddy who had one.
Bro,
who's
if
a
you-
very-
if
who's a
you
very
fucking-
big
if you
weeaboo
fucking
in,
do
like,
that shit
Japanese
again and-
gun.
If you do that fucking shit again and you don't record videos or anything, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, Snake.
Well, I didn't shoot it. I just held it.
I don't care.
'cause
I don't care. I want to see them. I want to see it. I wanna sniff the smell of guns through the fucking screen because I don't have access to them.
Yeah, but that was a number of years ago.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen them
It
in a
looks
while.
like a very like I wouldn't say uncomfortable, but kind of weird gun to.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a weird gun to handle.
Yeah, and also given context of where the Japanese was using this mostly, it was jungle. So
Yeah.
think about how it'd be holding up in the jungle.
Yeah, and it was also primarily just issued to officers and maybe NCOs as a personal defense weapon as well.
Yes,
so.
totally.
Yeah.
A Nambu and a katana, and sometimes they fuse them together and create like a Final Fantasy weapon. But that's a talk for another day. Because those things are fucking stupid.
And the cartridge is nothing to really write home
Yeah,
about.
it's-
So
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
it's gonna get a D for me.
It's maybe marginally more powerful than 32 ACP, and that's not by much.
I think that the only redeemable quality of this weapon is that the Ruger Mark series of like 22 pistols were actually inspired on these things. If I'm not wrong. I think I'm right about that one. I remember reading or like watching a video about it. That's why their designs, especially the rear part of the gun, like the rear part of the slide where the firing hammer is and etc. Firing pin, sorry. It kind of looks a little bit similar, like the roundy parts and whatnot. But yeah, I don't think that this thing deserves like a very good. I don't think it's utter garbage. There's a very special there are some very special stuff for that particular tier, but I think it's definitely a D tier one.
Yep.
All right. Okay, 32 ACP French Ruby. Because I mean, the French didn't fight a lot in World War II, but when they fought, they were probably using this thing as their handgun.
Yeah, I give this a C tier.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah,
it don't
same with
deserve
me.
to be the same tier as the Nambu. I'm sorry.
It
Yeah,
keeps
at least this is
32
much
ATP, but-
better. It's compactness. They like what they liked about this again. It's a hammerless subcompact thing. You can probably say the same thing with like
the Ruby is not a subcompact. It's actually a fairly large pistol.
Is it? I thought
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought I see it more or less the same thing as like the hammerless 1903.
Oh no, it's fairly large.
Wait. I
me get
think
that.
it is kind of similar to a 1903 in size.
I thought it
Stay.
is. Wait, let me see the.
Let me see if I can find it.
I think I might be. I think I might be getting my dimensions kind of wrong about it.
Because
Yeah,
one thing that we need to take into consideration was that thing was used by the French since for World War I, right?
Yeah,
And back in
the-
World War
the
One, they
Ruby-
had. Oh, sorry.
the Ruby was
Yeah.
adopted as an emergency pistol.
Yes. But like back in World War One, like French forces were kind of messy when it came to equipment. So they had their main forces, they had a bunch of colonial forces, and like main forces were using like X stuff, and then like a wide variety of X stuff, and then colonial troops were using a wide variety of like Y stuff. So they even have differences between those. But like they had, I would say like at least 2 different revolvers that were using and like different fucking calibers.
1892 revolver and some other one.
Yeah. I mean, World War One was kind of messy when it came to equipment. Like I would say that messier than World War II.
Kinda.
I was also right that the Ruby was closely modeled after John Browning's hammerless 1903.
1903, yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a picture for the Ruby size comparison. It's a fairly large pistol, especially for 32 ACP.
Hmm. Yeah, I think it is larger than the 1903 because maybe you know what's the issue? Maybe the Ruby is a taller one because I don't think that like the lengthwise they are that different, but I think that they are the Ruby is taller because the 1903 I remember seeing pictures of that thing and it's a somewhat like slimmer pistol.
It is. The Ruby.
Oh, it's shorter but taller. Yeah, that's what I said.
But it's a very kind of chunky pistol for a 32 ACP
Yeah,
pistol.
especially
Well, I mean-
the. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but that barrel length is kind of telling me very different though.
Yeah.
To me, a subcompact would probably be considered first with its barrel length, and looking at the Ruby there side by side with the 1903, I still think that to me, I still see that as a subcompact. Because again, you can store that. Just because that length is what I think you should consider first before anything else. I think that because of that shorter barrel, I find that as a subcompact because it's easier to store. You got less of the mass to be storing it wherever else, and I can find.
But then you have more grip because the grip is lengthier, like it's longer.
You
And
kind of give
like,
and
you have
take for the other.
a shorter barrel, but then you have like a lengthier
long
grip. Like it's kind of too. They went for different builds. That's
Yeah.
that's the
I
thing.
mean-
They went for different builds. Like this is what we are talking about, fellas. Like the top one is the Ruby, and the bottom one is the 1903 Hammerless. I fucking love the Hammerless. I'm sorry, I am a sucker for this thing. Like it's one of my favorite pistols to use in Battlefield 1 days, and I had one of these things in Zomboid, and it's so funny to play with. But like
Yeah, you kind of give and take in the design. Made themselves shorter one end, make themselves longer the other, and vice versa.
Yeah, but another issue with the Ruby is there so much were produced by so many different companies is actually issue with magazine compatibility, because some Rubies take certain company magazines, other Rubies don't take other company magazines.
I still think it's a neat weapon. Again, like pretty much everything produced, used, or distributed by the fucking French, it is quirky in one way or another.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it wouldn't be adopted by the fucking French.
Yeah. But the main reason why they were using it was just because they had them on hand.
Yeah, pretty much
and
that.
It can easily be produced, and again, it's an emergency pistol. In all honesty, the 32 ACP, it's not a powerhouse by any means. But again, if you had it and you need to defend yourself with it, then that's pretty much like its extent and use of
And
it.
also you gotta remember, especially when it came to World War I, right? I know this is a
Yep.
World War II thing, but I don't think that the French actually developed anything like major in World War II that they could use as like handguns. That's why they went to use the fucking Rubies again. In a very short amount of time that they actually fought against the Germans. But like you gotta remember that at least in the context of World War I, you have, let's say that you have a choice among like French material, right? You could get like one of those Rastengasser revolvers, or you could get a Ruby. Okay, the revolver will have like a larger cartridge, but then it's a fucking single action revolver that is humongous in size, not as big as a Montenegro Gasser, but like a bigger revolver. And you have to unload and load that thing through like one of those loading ports, if I'm not wrong. And on the other side, you have a magazine-fed 32 ACP pistol that can hold like 8 rounds?
8+1, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Like-
given the environment where the thing is being used again, is the trenches, and around that time, World War I, it was that weird transition in types of warfare, where it can easily go from ranged fighting into your medieval style
Close
way of
quarter,
fighting,
yeah.
up and close quarter and all that stuff. There's the reason why you got a lot of people still holding around like even old style clubs and other shovels and whatnot. And well, for the Ruby pistol in its context in World War I,
It was
kind of hit in
effective.
that weird spot in between, which does make it effective.
Yeah.
But again, this is pretty much like
If it's
a
World War
pistol
II
when you're-
that we are considering, it is definitely inferior to pretty much whatever else.
yeah,
was
it
around.
got a bit dated because the ways of the battlefield had changed ever since fighting in the trenches.
Yeah.
Then it was relevant then in the trenches because people were practically kissing each other in the trenches back then.
Yeah.
So Ruby would be a lot more valid and viable at that time. But now since things have got a lot more ranged in World War II, strategies and tactics of the battlefield have changed for engagements to be a lot more further. The Ruby has lost its validness on
I
the
would
field.
still think that it deserves a better grade than the Nambu, because at least this thing was like
Somewhat
knew-
ergonomic.
it is, and
The main-
also
the
like
main-
we
the
know
main
that.
issue being another issue with the ergonomics is the safety, as if you have to flip it a whole 180, and it's frame mounted from the just behind the trigger. I like a good
Oh yeah.
rear frame mount or slide mounted
Uh-huh.
safety.
Yeah, I think this thing deserves like a C tier. Like it's
C.
nothing to write home about, but you know, if you're getting
This
it in a
is for World War II. It's not World War One. So, yeah. Again, we're ranking the guns for World War II.
yeah,
time,
yeah.
not
But even
World
in
War
World
II.
War II, because like you know, like we rated a fucking Nambu as a D because it was bad in World War II. Like this thing wasn't as bad as the Nambu, for example. Like between these two, I would rather have a fucking Ruby.
Yeah.
I would
True.
rely more on French weaponry than like a Japanese. If it was like a Type 02, okay, but if it's a Type 14, I wouldn't rely a lot on this shit.
Mm,
I don't know. I would say C. I would say C.
I still say C. Yeah.
See,
All
think
right,
I think
all right.
C is
It's
good.
C then.
Yeah.
All right, C.
well, the Ruby came from Spain, so it's a Spanish design. So yeah, but still C.
Wait, that thing is Spanish, really?
That's where. So World War One, where a lot of these came from the Basque region in Spain, and Spain was pretty much a lifesaver for France during World War One and small arms development.
Take Yuri's in here.
Yeah, but
Hmm.
Still a
great,
C,
he's
though.
good.
I
I'm pretty sure
thought-
Yuri's gonna have more better.
Why do I see a Type 100 and a Type 1? I've put some quirky stuff here. Don't worry about it.
yeah,
Now that I think about it...
The
Although I
Ru-
did put the Type
Ruby
11
sucks.
there. Okay, so... Type 94
I don't know. You
number.
tell me you see a ruby being used in the jungle.
Hey, yo, why number in the... Cause number sucks, Spot. I'm sorry. I
No,
like the
no,
designs on
I-
that thing, but it sucks.
I've held a Nambu. It's not very good in.
You know,
in-
unlike the Nambu, the ruby doesn't feel awkward to
Yeah.
handle. Though that's one thing.
Again, like I've said prior, even though the number sucks, if it was a type O2 type, I think it would stay on C, because even though the cartridge was anemic and the ergonomics were kind of weird, it was still like a well-made weapon. But Type 14, no, that thing belongs in D tier. And this thing right here, there's only one place for it. You guys know what it is.
I do need to tell you, Pod is going to be talking about his Japanese weaponry with the bias.
Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Bot is completely biased towards the Japanese weaponry.
he's our resident weeaboo, gun weeaboo.
I mean,
Well, I mean, you can drop in here. We can always have like another guy that representing another country in World War II. If you want to, that is, you got the time. I don't mind. When we come to
Yeah.
Japanese weapon, we'll definitely have someone that knows a bit more on it. Maybe.
all right, but if you want to join, you can join. I just need to ask you like one thing. Like please use the push to talk thing. Like, can you do that? If you can do that, I can invite you. We can invite you for the thing. But I think that the Type 94, yeah, the Type 94 belongs in other garbage. Like,
Yeah.
come on,
Same caliber as the Nambu.
Should we save ourselves a breath and actually just do that now?
Yeah.
yes. Bye bye.
Everyone knows it is the funny. Everyone knows it is the funny quote unquote surrender pistol, which it really isn't. But the trigger,
Okay, do you this thing?
What?
the Webley.
Do you know what the American version of this thing is?
The Liberator?
No.
Ah.
Talk about the Webley.
Oh, I forgot
No.
the fucking
The American
Liberator.
version.
I realized
this-
that.
You can put that in there.
The
while we talk about
Liberator
this.
would
No,
go in the
like,
other garbage as well.
Yeah.
It had a purpose, though. It had a very distinct purpose, though.
The Nambu Type 94 pistol, I would say, like, its American equivalent to it has to be the stamped 1911.
Oh no, I
No.
knew you would bring that shit up. That shit is so fucking ugly, bro. Oh, that is fucking nightmare material.
Again,
okay.
I think it's on the basis of like America looking for like the cheapest material, cheapest material weapon to distribute. Again, they need it's for the purpose of get a gun, hammer it a few times, get it out there and whatnot. And they had several different.
Bro, the Japanese didn't make this shit to be like that, but they were just poor at what they were making and their resources.
You want to pull Bratu down? He's in.
Oh yeah. Let me actually. I'm gonna pull him, and I gotta go to the bathroom.
Alright.
Type 94. I think I'll probably.
Why? Why are you defending the Type 94 pot? Why?
No. I never said I'm defending the Type 94. That shit belongs in the trash, my good sir. I'm talking about the Type 14. The Type 14 I will defend, but the Type 94, nah. That is essentially a suicide pistol. Pardon me for saying. So the Sierra is exposed. You put your thumb on that bastard and let loose around.
Yeah.
So yes,
That's
definitely
the
belongs to the
ticket
trash.
Oh, I just realized, fucking the Taurus pistols from Brazil, like from the late 2000s, were pretty much just like Nambu 94s with 94s with different skins. They would fire. It was even worse because at least the 94 you had to press that little plate on the side. The Taurus, you just need to shake that shit and it would fire. Oh my god. Oh, let me actually put your reactive image here, but can you send me your your individual reactive image?
And give me a moment, darling. One moment.
All right. Yeah, but like that thing, I don't even know, like when they had when they were releasing content for Battlefield 5, for some reason they thought it would be a good idea to, instead of putting the original, either the Type 02 or the Type 14 Nambu, they thought it would be a good idea to add this thing to the game, like during the Pacific update. And I was like, why? You had like two other better choices. Like, why did you wait with the shitty Type 94? I can't believe this. All right, let me drag this thing. Let me add this thing to the thing. Give me a minute.
Good question. Why do they send a Type 94?
I don't know. That's like EA stuff. Give me a minute, fellas. That is Spot.
Hello.
There we go.
So so essentially the Type 94 saw extensive use on Iwo Jima as well amongst their standard infantry.
The Type 94 was a last-ditch pistol. That's its purpose.
Pretty much. And what they did was, whenever one of them surrendered, they would put the pistol in their hand out, barrel pointing towards the American soldier, place the thumb on the sear, and it will pop.
And they still lose the war, so
Yes. But it's like, let's all take a few others down with us,
Oh yeah. I mean, Japanese, they would always try and trick American soldiers into thinking that they were surrender, and they would explode grenades, like try to stab people. The usual.
There's
Japan
actually
has
no
always
recorded
been engaged
incident
in more.
of the Type 94 being used like that. I mean, the grenades and stuff real, but then Type 94 was never used like that as like a surrender pistol, quote unquote.
I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Anyway, but let's hear
Webley.
Tao's defense of the Type 14.
Oh yeah, why do you think that the Type 14 deserves a better place than the Plot? Tell us about it.
To be fair, I have no damn idea. Maybe it's just my bias.
It's totally your bias, bro.
Yes. I'm really biased towards the Type 14. I don't know why. I think it's an iconic weapon. That's number one. Number two, it's a wild bastard. However, C, it does belong in C because there's a lot of misfeeds. is prone to jamming.
That sounds more like D to me.
Yeah,
I've held one.
exactly. The
It's
Ruby
not
wouldn't
bad.
I
jam.
think
Like, for
that
fuck's sake.
Yeah.
And the caliber, it's barely better than 32 ACP.
Hey, yo, I would say that it's even worse because, first of all, I'm pretty sure it would be easier for you to find, like, okay, not back then, but even back then, find like 32 ACP than like 8mm Nambo, right? And I don't know, is it better than 32 ACP?
Barely better. Barely.
And also, again, back to the environment that it was used in. It's usually the jungle, right? So you think about like wait, what was the cartridge of that again? 8 by
32 Nambu.
8 by 32 Nabu. Think about that round that's barely better than a 32 ACP, trying to go through very thick and heavy foliage that's in the jungle.
8 by 22 Nambu, not by 32, but still barely better than 32 ACP.
Yeah, again, in the environment, it barely held up pretty well in the environment that is mostly commonly used. I can vouch for that one. Again, Japan occupied Philippines. You know
That I can agree. That I can agree.
You have property on that one. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while you guys finish this one. Come on,
Okay.
keep going.
So what other weapons have you guys done?
We did the Walther P38, the Walther PPK,
Those are good.
PP,
hmm
the
Those
Luger,
went up.
C96 Mauser, Type 94, and high power.
Yeah, we're just gonna be going through pistols first, and then I think the next category will be SMGs.
Yeah,
I think.
SMGs, rifles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Type 14 is D. We the council has decided its fate as D.
I'd say for most other things, again, it's just overall performance, given the environment where it was used and its specs.
And the fact it jams a lot and a lot of okay, so the main issue, right, is the ammunition is tilted at an angle, and that's what gets it caught.
Well, the reason why it was tilted at the angle is because it's a neck cartridge, it's neck down.
Yeah.
That's
It's
designed so it could feed.
yeah. So they had that angle there because, like, if it was like more of a vertical type of magwell and all that stuff, the round where where it gets necked and all that stuff would be tilting down a lot more before it gets to the feed lip, or like when it gets to the chamber, between the transition of the feed lip to the chamber, it would be already tilted down, and that would introduce a lot of malfunction, like even more malfunction than it would be, now. So yeah, again, because the magwell is angled at such an angle, that also gives it its awkwardness to hold.
Yeah. I can attest, it's awkward to hold. I haven't shot one, but it's very awkward. Like the magazine release, very tiny.
I'd say the weight distribution of it would be also awkward though, because
It's
it's
a
just a
little
small
awkward,
piece of the barrel.
It's the weight is a little awkward, but not horrendous. Like you get a lot of weight in the center where the grip is, because that's where the ammunition is, but that's where a lot of the weight is centered. Right where that
Yeah,
grip
but when
is
you fire that thing off, I don't know. It's just when I fire that thing off, I thought the weight distribution would be kind of awkward, like at the moment of firing that thing off, and then making the effort to line back up on target again.
Yeah.
But I don't know. You got more experience in holding that thing how it feels. Granted, you
Like
kind of
all I
fall
said-
short of firing it.
I don't have an experience firing it, but I've held it, and all I can say is just awkward to hold.
Mm.
The recoil is actually really good.
Well, yeah, that's because it's shooting a cartridge that's just barely better than 32 ACP, so the recoil is probably not going to be much.
Yeah, it's not. It's easily manageable from the cartridge. So
Wait, what
yeah.
are you guys talking about?
We're still talking about
Type
the
14 and why
Type
it's
14 and
so
you
Oh
know.
my god, let it die!
Fuck are you? That is my response.
Also, what the fuck was that? Oh, it was fireworks. You know,
Oh my
when you
good
live in a fucking country like Brazil, like sometimes if there's any more noise around, you don't know if it's like either fireworks or gunfire. But that
you know that
tonight-
fireworks are. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that tonight is like it's fireworks. It's not like guns going around.
Yeah.
I know my difference. I've been sitting here for way too much time. Please send help. I need to get rescued.
Like, so
Ironic,
whatever you do,
ironic how
do not
fireworks
focus.
are like banned here in the Philippines. Well, supposed to be.
Really? But firearms
Yeah,
are
because-
okay. I like the Philippines. Send me there, Louie.
Well, I mean, the reason why like fireworks are kind of banned here in the Philippines is because the dumbass kids doesn't know when to let go of fucking firecrackers before they lose their fingies.
You see that's what we call a learning experience.
Exactly. Let them kids learn, like lose a few fingers, and you know they will learn never to lose their fingies again.
Yeah, that is what we call a valuable lesson.
Mm-hmm.
A
I
valuable lesson that they won't be coming back from.
Yeah.
That's
Nah, they will. They will just like become like a. I don't know. Maybe they would have like 3 fingers in their hands. It's fine. They can survive.
They'll adapt. They can.
it's not the issue. It's not the issue of fingers, dude. They're dead.
Oh,
What do you mean?
They die from the shock. Yeah, a lot of kids are doing stupid stuff with fireworks. One, because they don't know how to fucking let go of the thing before it goes off, though. But not only losing their finger, they die from the shock.
That's why you teach them. You don't forbid those. Like, you don't prohibit these. Oh my god, why people are like
adult
this?
Yeah.
supervision goes a long
Irresponsible
way when it comes to
parent.
fireworks and kids.
That's why
And
what
also one
happens-
thing, it also caters to kind of Philippine demographic. I'm not ashamed to say this though, but Filipinos are pretty damn fucking hard-headed and stubborn. To want them they up to the point that they don't want to be told.
What to do.
Up to the point they don't want to be told, yeah, what to do or what they're doing is wrong, even though if it means that it's outrageously dangerous, they just don't want to be told. So
Am I
yeah,
at
I
liberty
mean,
to say that I agree with your statement there?
it's fine. Again, a lot of the bads and cons about Filipino demographics and all that stuff, I am not ashamed. I own up to that, but at least the main difference is that I wouldn't be doing those same stupid shit that, you know, that goes on. But yeah, that's a whole different conversation.
I mean, you can still go out there and get yourself a Rock Island Armory 1911, bro. So I guess you're good. All right. So Webley, and I would say that this thing is in what, like 455.
Yeah, 455 roughly.
Or yes.
So that's a big
455.
boy. It's a big gun with a big cartridge. Also, again, used since like World War One by the British.
Before World War I, too.
Yeah, even
It has
before.
gone
Even
through
before.
several configurations and versions. Even
Mhm.
Second World War it's double action revolver, so that
Top break as well, which gives
Top
it
break,
extra
easy.
points for coolness.
And it's an overall slick design. In all
Mhm.
honesty, I've seen
like the way it was.
seen different variation of that in Peaky Blinders. If anybody watched that show.
Oh yeah, the short barrel ones.
Mhm.
And whatnot. I just think that, I don't know, it represents a lot of, you know, like let's say a British way of thinking, when it's like, you know, when they
It's
still
classy.
had like those cut things for the Lee Enfields that would only allow the soldier, like when activated, it would only allow the soldier to fire like a single round. And then he
Magazine
would,
cut off.
yeah, the magazine cut off. Like, it kind of
Yeah.
represents that very old school, like, way of thought that the British had, in which it was like, oh no, we have this revolver and it works pretty fine, so we don't need no goddamn semi-automatic pistol on the hands of our soldiers. Why would we need that? You know, like, it's one of those situations. Because apart from the high powers, like, did they had anything else apart from this thing in the high power?
1911s and a couple
In
other
terms of revolvers, though, if we keep the scope
shit.
within revolvers, I'd say the Webley has to be has the most class and sophistication to
Yeah.
it, in my opinion.
Oh,
it's
yes.
it's a break action revolver. Unfortunately, they didn't issue or make any speed loaders for it, so you had to load it one round at a time. But if it
Yeah.
did, it'd be a very effective more effective weapon. But it's a very well respected revolver, a very good revolver for because it just is. But if I were to rate it personally, I'd say it's A tier.
Oh,
Really?
really?
In terms
A
of
tier?
revolvers, yeah, I'd
Yeah.
say
Nah,
A
S
tier.
tier. I'd say S tier.
Ah,
A
bro,
for-
you guys
for
are
revolver.
biased. You guys are sucking King Charles cock at this
It's
No,
moment.
no,
a
but
good
I
revolver.
don't really.
Bubble,
Yeah,
bubble.
in terms of revolvers and all that stuff, like at this time period, you know, I'd say that I would go with a Webley with most other revolvers, though.
Yeah.
Like if you compare
Okay,
it
would
to
you choose
like,
a Webley against a fucking 45 Smith & Wesson or a Colt revolver?
Yes,
yes.
Really?
I would, yeah.
Why?
it's better. It's just better.
In terms of like we're talking about like in terms of performance and whatnot,
Uh.
let's just say that let's say for reloading and all that stuff, for a
Mhm.
Colt and all that stuff, you'll need to swing the thing out and then hit the plunger on that. With a Webley, you can just break the thing open and the cartridges will just eject out
Yeah,
like
they
that.
eject. Okay, but
Yeah,
then
but
like
the
with
one-
the
Yeah.
with the Colt or the Smith & Wesson, the M17 ones, 1917 ones, you have the half moon clips, and you didn't have
Yeah.
that shit with Webleys.
I mean, they could have developed them with the Webleys pretty easily.
Yeah, but they
Well,
didn't.
Unfortunately, they didn't. But the Webley's just better. Other than it's just better.
Slick design.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a slick design, though. The
Okay.
way you extract cartridges are two different things. But again, like I would say for on behalf of each side, that just pretty much goes down to the shooter's training. Again,
Okay.
I mean, another thing with a Webley is as soon as you open the action, it auto eject.
No,
The-
yeah,
the
I'm aware of that. But again, you gotta remember something. Webleys were very limited. Like they weren't. I would say that it would be revolver wise. Probably it would be easier for you to find someone carrying a 1917 45 Smith & Wesson or a Colt than a Webley in a battlefield.
But to be fair, right, the Singapore police force, right, when I was younger, they were still rocking the Webleys.
Yeah.
Really?
They're
yeah.
probably rechambered for 45 though.
Yeah, before they switched over to the Taurus, they were still rocking the Webleys.
Mhm.
Wait, before they switched to the what?
Taurus.
Taurus, they switched over to the Taurus. You don't look impressed at all. He doesn't look impressed.
I can't fuck. You guys are the other fucking side of the world. Why are you buying fucking Taurus guns? Like, why? Don't do that.
Because they're cheap and you could put M92 parts in it, like proper Beretta parts in there.
For fuck's sake, bro. Buy
Yeah,
anything else. Buy fucking high points. But don't buy Taurus.
But yeah, Webley's a high A plus for me.
Nah, man,
Yeah,
S
same
tier
with-
for me.
I'm not gonna put that shit into an ass spot. I'm sorry. I'm gonna give you guys that. I'm gonna put this shit at A. Because okay, I gotta give it to it. It looks fucking cool. Like if it is, when it comes to like all the other revolvers from like that were still in service in World War II, I would say that it looks the coolest, definitely.
Like, all the more reason that you hate because it went through many variations.
Yeah.
Throughout.
Also, it has like the top break extraction, which I think that it would help a lot. Okay.
Oh, and also
A
the
tier.
compact version of it is good to hide in, like codes and other stuff. So
Oh yeah.
again, just go back to the back alley brawls and over there
I
in
think
London.
the closest one to the WWII that one could find would be maybe the Schofield number 3.
Schofield is so slick. I love the design of that thing.
Yeah. I would say that I prefer the Schofield number 3 as than the WWII, but again, it wasn't really in use in World War II anymore, so maybe
Yeah.
something for another day.
I mean,
Maybe
if we're
something for,
gonna
like,
talk about
Pre-World
19th
War
century.
One stuff. Yeah,
19th century
definitely.
and all that stuff. But Schofield, I really do like the slickness of it.
Yeah. All right, but then like Wellrod deserves an S tier, bros. This
That is
thing is
definitely
just,
an S tier for its
this
purpose.
thing is way too
Exactly.
fucking
For its
cool.
purpose, yes, S tier.
Yeah.
It's definitely an S tier for its purpose. It is proprietary in its role for espionage, and all the more reasons that it's developed by the British, because again, back then, that's the true start of British SAS, which are literally operations, clandestine espionage, and everything. And this is the ideal weapon for those operations. I believe they were called OSA back then.
Yeah.
OSA,
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. So again, this was very well used by those agents. And it definitely is an S tier, hands down.
And we gotta remember that the first version of this thing, if I'm not wrong, was in 32 ACP, not the 9mm,
Yes.
because
No,
it was
32 ACP.
quieter. And like,
The Mark
if-
II, I believe, is 9mm.
and if
think.
you watch movies or play video games and then you see like those weapons with suppressors being like that, just bear in mind that guns with suppressors in real life don't sound like that, but a WWII sounds like that.
Yeah.
It
That
does,
thing
yeah.
is fucking
filter.
sneaky breaky.
Yeah, the internals of that proprietary integrated suppressor, there is like so many layers that traps so much gas in there that makes it I forgot what's
The bullet also has to go through solid rubber baffles, which also makes it
Yeah.
quieter.
yeah, literally there's really not much place for gas to escape. It's the reason why you don't have any flash coming out of that stuff, and it's so silent. So yeah, again, and also another thing to cater to espionage is the sound of cartridges ejecting, right? This thing
Yeah.
doesn't eject when you fire it. You'll need to bolt it in
Yeah,
order
it's
to
a
eject the
bolt-action
cartridge.
It's
So
like a
it will-
bolt action pistol.
Yeah.
It is a
It
bolt action
literally is
pistol,
bolt
actually.
action.
Yeah, it is. It is as that. But that's the thing.
Wait, does that mean that the fucking Wellrod is a no bris?
Nah.
Actually,
I know,
there
I'm
is
just joking about it.
there is a Webley that had a bolt handle to it. Actually.
Wait a minute, did I?
Or wait,
did
oh wait,
I-
no, a Webley. I mean, oh my god, sorry. There is that kind of, there is a bolt handle version of that pistol. I'll shut you not. I'll bring it up
Oh,
for
it's
you.
here. Oh no, I was just I wasn't aware if I had forgiven or not the Delisle carbine, but it's there. It's down there on the list. So we're gonna talk about that sneaky breaky one as well. So is everyone on par that the WWII remains and it's the first gun to go on S tier?
Well, Rod.
Yeah,
Well,
not
Rod.
Wellrod. Fuck,
Well,
I'm
yeah.
drunk. I'm not drunk. I'm just
Gun
happy.
dyslexia.
Shut the fuck up, bud. Give me some noodle.
S.
Okay, S tier then, right?
Yes. Yeah.
All
S.
right. All right. Okay, so now we have a contestant here that haven't seen a lot of combat because we all know how Italy kind of plays in World War II. But again, it's the sort of pistol that kind of nobody has anything bad to say about it. You know?
The Beretta M90,
1934.
M1934.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, again, one of Beretta's like first variations of the common day Beretta 92 FS, right?
Yeah.
Except
It
this is
just
going
looks
back to
like
the
a
time
baby
when the
92.
safety. Basically, that's what it is. It's an Italian compact semi-automatic pistol, single stack,
And 380.
and back was 32.
No, the
380
1934
ACP.
was 32,
380.
and then the 1935 was 380. Let me make sure.
Is it? I thought the 1934 was 380 ACP. Because again, remember 9x17 Corlo or Corto.
Corto. Yeah.
Yeah, Corto. That's 38 ACP. Just so you know.
The 34. No, the 34 is 380.
Mm-hmm.
1 second.
Compact. The safety
that's
is
how we do
frame
things,
mounted.
fellas. We check our data right in the beginning of the thing, right in the beginning. God damn it, I'm kind of.
Well, I mean,
The
Right in the middle.
1935 is.
You sound like Trump a
32.
bit, sir.
Yeah, that was the intention.
I keep my material with me in real time, so
No,
Yeah,
I just
the
want to.
1934 is 380. The 1935 is 32.
All right.
okay.
No, I just want to say that we are checking these, like some of these things we check as we go because we are literally sitting in front of our PCs, and there is absolutely no reason for us to sit down here and pretend that we know something when we have fucking Google right in front of us. So we're not gonna try to. We're not gonna sit here and say like wrong things to you all. Okay, so it's like a funny looking thing, very small, subcompact.
It's a direct blowback, 32 or 380 ACP. The 1934 and 1935 are practically the same design, just different calibers.
Again,
but
Is
Italy
it double
actually
action or is it
continued to-
single?
I think it's double.
Yeah, double action, single action. But Italy actually continued to use these pistols as their
After.
main military service sidearm, even when the M1951 came out, all the way through the Cold War up until they replaced it with the M92. Fun fact. But if I were to rate it as a pistol, World War II, I'd give it a B.
It's either B or C.
I think it's a
It's
C.
either-
I'd say.
I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
think
actually
it's
pussy.
bad enough for a C. But again, like if we put the Ruby in C, maybe this thing should go in C as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little more refined than the Ruby.
Yeah.
He does have a point.
Yeah. Okay, so C it is.
Yep.
All right.
I'd say, yeah,
Like
C.
maybe if it saw more comeback, it could like either have like more lores for us to talk about or more bad things for us to talk about. But like the Italians are not very well known for fighting their wars in the 20th century that much, so
They're not very well known for their firepower.
Oh, okay.
and whatnot.
In the
So
20th
it's-
century, let's remember that we're talking about the guys that were once the fucking Roman Empire here, Louie. But in the 20th century, they were kind of not that good.
They weren't the
let's-
same as they were back then.
Oh yeah. Let's just say
So-
that.
1911.
All right, now we have the king of all kings. Fucking
Two world
1911.
wars.
Two
Yep,
world wars, my
1911.
4 to 5 ACP, large intended caliber for
Yes.
handguns.
In 45, because they couldn't make a 46.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Second.
Exactly.
Not from bias though, but from historical kind of stuff, especially that one event in Philippines. 45
Oh
ACP.
yeah, that particular one that actually kickstarted the invention of the whole thing, right?
Yep, pretty much.
Hmm.
So, to historical and spec-wise firepower, I would probably, I'd say it's in a good place between like high A and S though, but just to
Yeah.
keep it simple, I'd say I'd put it in an S.
Yes.
I think that even with like all the jokes aside, related to the 1911 and related to like current gun culture and like what FUD say and what people that are not FUD say about the whole thing and the my two world wars and etc. I still think that it's one of those cases. The 1911, I think it's the closest thing that we get when it comes to handguns as you know, the AR platform of rifles or the AK platform of rifles, and the Browning M2 when it comes to like heavy weaponry. It's that sort of shit that was introduced like almost 100 years ago, if in some cases like more than 100 years ago.
I mean,
But
it's one of the. It
is
literally
not
is one of the
obsolete.
longest running service pistols. Yeah, it's still
Really?
relevant, still in service today.
No, the
Yes.
Marines retired it back in the summer of 2023.
Yeah,
The
I
Marines no
mean,
longer use it.
it is not
Yeah.
an obsolete thing. That's the problem. Oh, that's the thing here. You can say, oh, there are other 45 pistols out there that are better than the 1911. Yes, but you cannot call it an obsolete design because it gets the job done, and it gets the job done with like flying colors. It's an accurate weapon, easy to maintain, easy to use. You know, it's not like
There's not a lot of parts to it compared to a lot of modern day pistols.
yeah, exactly.
It's also sexy.
It helped establish the design as modern day pistols. Because if you look at it, the silhouette is very similar to what we would consider a modern day pistol with a boxy look and square look and grip and everything.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, I would say that the only difference between the two only differences between like modern 45 gun like pistols and a 1911 would be like how ergonomic they are and the ammo capacity. But pretty much like apart from those two things, it's effective, right? And I'm not gonna sit here and be one of those people that say, oh, if you don't hit your target with like 7 rounds, you gotta go back to the fucking shooting range, because you know, if you can have like more capacity, then you should have more capacity. But nothing is stopping you from like rocking a single stack 1911 and having like 2 or 3 extra magazines with you in the case when you need it. And I'm pretty sure that sorry, you can say
One issue I do have with the 1911 is it's only single action. It's not single action, double action.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing I noticed, that a lot of every 1911, even up to modern day, is still single action.
Yeah. Okay, so a couple of things. First of all, hi Nuke, hi Dunjo, how are you guys? Second of thing, I'm gonna leave you guys to go to the bathroom again because I have a small bladder. But in the meanwhile, Gunter, a fellow friend of mine and a Brazilian viewer, ask you guys, who of you out there have like a real-time experience with a 1911? So please answer that one while I go to the bathroom.
I've shot one before. It was okay.
I fired.
No.
For me, I had experience with a 1911 back when I was in America, and also here in Philippines as well. Again, Rock Island Armory, we have 1911 designs all across the board, and I'd say to me, I'd like 1911's design, how it handles, and like how Rock Island Armory makes some different ergonomics and modularities, designs running off of, you know, the patent 1911 design. So to me, I'd say, you know, and that because I'm just used to 45 ACP. I'd say 1911 is pretty well seated with me. Heck, if you want to, you can if you want like more like modern day modularity, that still has that of 1911 design, you can go with the 2011s.
Yeah.
Browning HP, Downjo. We've already rated the Browning HP. That one's in an A, I believe.
Yeah. It got A because single action only, and it had some other limiting factors, but it's very good overall pistol. That's still
The Browning HP.
Yeah.
No, that had an A because it was the only firearm. It was the only pistol in World War II that literally had that mag capacity with the double stack mag.
Yeah, but I'm saying we put it in A because single action only, other limiting factors of it, like the hammer bite and slide bite.
That was the flaw. That was some of its flaws.
Yeah.
Though, but like, I thought that we agreed that the only thing that made it that got dropped into the A because of that man capacity.
Yeah.
Mm.
And the fact it's single action, double action,
Mhm.
and magazine
So,
disconnect safety.
Yeah. So to cater to that in terms of the 1911, I'd say, and also that as Filipino, I'd say 1911 handles pretty well. Depending on like what model
Yeah.
they were running. Again,
For-
1911. There's been so many designs of them from different countries. They had the patent for them, and again, longest service pistol out there. Not too much to say about it as like anything that's different. It always have retained the same design throughout history.
It set the mold for a lot of modern pistols, which is why it's
Mhm.
getting an S tier from. It set a lot of
Right.
standards.
If you cater to pop culture, very weird. If you guys know the game Starfield, there is a 1911 in there. Weird why it would be in a sci-fi game like Starfield, why it's relevant there. But yeah, again, in pop culture, 1911s in movies and video games has literally been that of an icon in like the very long serving pistol, whatever context it may be.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I
you
think
were
for me,
saying, Poke?
yeah. So for me in particular, I really don't care much for the 1911. I'm more of a 6-hour P220 guy when it comes to 45 pistols.
Sieg.
6-hour. Yes, I'm a SIG player.
Yeah. 1911, we all agree is S tier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going
Yeah,
to
how was that?
I'll be right back.
If I remind, like you can go anywhere with you can be able to go in any kind of context with the 1911. Like for some certain reason, like Italy decide to come up with ideas like, hey, wait a minute, we got a shit ton of 1911s laying around. What we do if we weld two 1911s together and we make the AF 2011?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the AF 2011 is literally two 1911s welded together off of one trigger group, and it's literally that of a double-barreled 1911.
That's turd. Anyways, you'll be right.
All right, let's see. The 1911 looks like the next one is gonna be another revolver. It's gonna be the Nagant revolver. Ooh, can't wait till we start talking about that one. It's pretty cool.
Okay, what are you guys talking about?
We are still talking about the 1911, and we did answer your friend Gunther's question.
Oh, you
if you had
did?
any
Okay.
experience with 1911. So,
Ow!
and the last thing he said before you got here is that you can literally go in any kind of context with the 1911, and I talk about that ridiculousness where Italy made the AF 2011, the double barrel M1911s.
Oh, wait, was that the Italians' job?
Yeah, that was the Italians that did that.
Oh
It's
my
it's
God,
basically
what's-
they have a shit ton of 1911s lying around, and they kind of want they've already done all their ideas for a 1911, and the production of the AF 2011 was basically them running out of ideas and saying like, hey, what if we just weld two 1911s together on one trigger? And there you go, you got the AF 2011s.
Bruh.
They admittedly say that they're not looking for any markets for this thing. They're just dicking around with it. They're just dicking
I
around with
hope
1911s.
not, because I don't see how that thing could be like marketable.
They stopped making that after like half a year or something.
Yeah. Okay, but what do you
They're
guys?
just fucking around.
Yeah, I mean, but what do you guys think? Like, does it deserve like an S tier? Because I think it does.
Oh yeah, it definitely does. It's deserving of an S tier. That for like
I would dare to say that it is the most iconic pistol ever produced.
There are so many variations from other host countries that took the patent and make a variation of their own. So
you
there's
do
that.
Yeah, like you do have things like, oh, Glocks are very recognizable and whatnot, right? You have things like the Glocks, Berettas, 92 FSs as well, but I would say that it's still like the most recognizable pistol like all around. Like
The 1911 is definitely one iconic pistols out of the ones that you mentioned there. But
Yeah.
if we were to say like any kind of characteristic differences of the 1911 in pop culture, this iconic pistol is mostly that of vintageness to it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. You'll
And
see that in
more.
video games, in movies. Oh, and I got an ad break. God damn it. Hey!
Every time that you see a boomer,
And there's a
in any
1911 in this ad.
Wait, really? Don't tell me.
Valorant.
It's the fucking gun lobby, Louie. They are targeting you specifically.
Okay, so here's another thing too. If we know 1911 in pop cultures also came with many fictional variations of it. Now that tells you something. That tells you a lot of things when they take a 1911 and they make a fictional version of that because it's just something iconic. Everyone will know that it's a 1911 no matter how much you kit bash the thing
Yeah.
for fictional context, right?
And I mean, even though Starfield was not like such a good game, but you gotta remember that one of the last like huge memes of the 1911 was like that shit being portrayed in Starfield and being like, it literally outlived the fucking Earth.
Yeah, that's the reason why it was named as an old Earth
Yeah.
pistol.
Like Earth is gone, but in 1911 is still there. So, I mean, should we put that shit on us then, guys?
Yes,
It's
we've
definitely
decided
an
that.
S,
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, all right.
Alright.
So you know,
I'm
I
pretty
don't,
sure
I don't,
Sneku-
I don't want to be fucking, I don't want to be fucking biased here, but we only have capitalist weapons on S tier for now. That does say a thing. That does say a thing. All right, Nagant 1895.
Sneku, I think maybe you should take the point on this one.
So the 1895 Nagant comes from the Russian Empire 1895, and the Soviet Union updated them, quote unquote, in the 1920s, 1930s. And the main difference between the Russian Empire 1895 Nagant and the Soviet Union 1895 Nagant is the Soviet Union 1895 Nagant has a hammer spur and is double action and single action, while the Russian Empire 1895 Nagant is double action only. You cannot put in single action. Other
Hey,
than
bro, I
that,
thought you were gonna say that the differences between them was the amount of political opponents that they had killed.
they both have.
Wait, what are we on about?
Have killed a lot
Wait,
of. But both of them probably have killed a lot of political opponents. About the same, if we're going to be honest. But
Gary, we're talking about the Russian Nagant revolver.
Yeah.
Okay,
but-
okay.
Yeah. It's a neat pistol by the cylinder moving forward in the cartridge, but other than that, double action is incredibly heavy. But because of the cylinder, I forgot about this. The cylinder, since it moves forward, you can suppress it. Other than that, I'd say it's a D because double action is incredibly heavy. The cartridge is fairly anemic. It could be better, and it's
Loading
just
loading gate thing. It's not a cylinder that doesn't. Yeah.
It's an old world loading gate where you have to eject the rounds individually. So yeah, it's a D tier. D tier. Fairly dated by World War II, kept in service simply by necessity.
Yeah, and availability at the time.
For me, I'd say it's a C.
D.
Yeah, I would say D as well.
Probably.
I like the
think-
looks of it.
yeah, I'd say
I like the
D.
looks of it.
Yeah, I think I put in the D because of its practicality coming in its context in the Second World War.
It's fairly,
Again,
it's fairly dated.
I think that the only things that make this gun special are like gimmicks. Pretty much gimmicks.
The cylinder is a gimmick. It was like even before World War II, it was getting replaced by the TT-33.
yeah, the Tokarev, which is going to be coming up pretty soon.
Yeah. I have some things to say about the Tokarev since I own one.
All right, did you?
D-tier.
Yep. Yuri?
1917 codes slash like Smith and Wesson revolvers in 45 ACP.
I said this earlier. It belonged in A, but it was a stopgap World War I pistol, but continued to see service because 45 and tankers liked them because you didn't have spent casings hopping around everywhere. But I mean, it's a good revolver. It's a good revolver overall. It's not as good as a Webley, but in my opinion, but yeah, it's definitely a good A. I'd say it's A.
I probably put this in yeah, I probably put this in an A as well.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Again,
wait,
5
which
ATP,
revolver?
it's M1917 revolver. Colt, yeah, by was Colt.
Code slash Smith and Wesson because it was
Oh,
produced
man.
by Smith and Wesson.
Yeah.
Main limiting factor is the manual ejection, unlike the Webley.
But again, wouldn't it be like one of those systems that eject like all the cartridges when you push the
Yes.
rod?
Yes.
It is. It's the same thing with the Webley, except that like
No,
the one you
Webley,
need to.
the Webley, when you open it up, auto
It
eject.
pops out. It pops out automatically though because the
I
ejector
don't
is
think
actually.
that makes a lot
frame.
of difference, boys. Because frankly,
It's marginal. It's marginal in all
Yeah,
honesty.
it's like-
Again, it goes down to shooters training.
it's like a quarter of a fucking second. Like you open that thing up and then like in the same motion that you can like swing the cylinder, not swing like but to push the cylinder outside, you can like just rotate your hand and boop, like
There
operate that
and
rod.
then there is the matter of loading it again. Unlike the unlike the
I like the Webley
the
had a clips.
M1917. Yeah, so yeah, again, yeah, you had the you got the speed loader for the M1917, which Webley does not. So that's in terms of loading it faster, the edge will have to go to the 1917.
Yeah, I think
Now,
I would give
let's
it
say
like
how
a
it handles,
B.
how it feels.
I think I would give it like a B just because that it's kind of not special. Like it's a weapon that gets its job done, but it's not innovative in anything. You know, like it's a good weapon, but then it's like, all right, you know, there's nothing special about it. Like it didn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't responsible for any sort of innovation. It wasn't responsible for any sort of like very badass moment in like history or anything like that. It's like,
I mean,
okay,
the 1917 was around during this time period, though, but it literally got phased out by the 1911. So,
It was a stopgap to help supplement the lack of 1911s. That's why
Yeah.
it was adopted.
that's
Yeah,
why
they
I don't
need to
think
have
it
guns
deserves to be
somewhere.
like A tier. I think like B tier is good for it, like effective, but like nothing special.
yeah, I think I'm gonna put this in the B tier actually.
Yeah,
from
yeah.
now that I've seen like it's just there to give a person a gun, and that's basically it. Though it's still the same cartridge as the 1911 though, but like maybe a soldier will have a 1917 on them if they don't got a 1911.
Or
Maybe
if they're
somewhere
in a-
soon
or
up the line
they're-
they'll grab one.
Or they're a tank crew. Because tankers
Yeah.
like them because it didn't eject hot brass everywhere.
Yeah.
What about you, Pod? Do you have any sort of views on this thing?
I was actually about to say B as well.
All right,
Mm.
so B it is.
Bop, 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 bop.
B. Okay, so your long-awaited Tokarev TT30 or TT33,
All right,
Snake.
so the TT33 came out in 1933. Obviously, it had some shortcomings. Main shortcomings being there's no manual safety. The only ones that are going to have manual safety are ones that are imported to the U.S. today, and that they've actually been kind of phased out. But mine has one. But the Huge 762 by 25, which is a very good. It's a good.
Spicy
good-
Tokarev.
Yes, very spicy. It's a good SMG round. A little too powerful for a pistol round, but main issue is there's no guide rod. There's no guide rod. Why did they put a guide rod in? Yugoslavians put a guide rod in. There's no guide rod. If you try to put the fucking recoil spring in there, you're going to fight that bitch. It will fucking pop out at you and go. And the little pin that holds in the end of the slide, you will lose that thing. That is the main downside of that. And besides,
I've
the
heard
fact
about
that
the fucking the fucking spring in this thing that is like a pain in the ass to put it together.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass to put together. I mean, it's huge fine and everything. It's single action only, which is fairly common for this period. Doesn't have a manual safety. It has a half cock safety. But other than that, I mean, it has 7+1 capacity, which is fine.
Isn't it pretty much like a Soviet Wish.com 1911?
So the TT33 is what happens when the 1903 meets a 1911 with a Soviet caliber. But I mean, unlike a lot of European pistols at this time with the heel releases, it has a Western style button release, which is good. Ergonomics are fine on it. Reassembly is a bitch, but other than that, I'd give it solid B. B is good. I think it belongs to B. It's better than the Nagant revolver, which isn't very hard to do, but
I mean, it says more about the gun than about this thing.
yeah. But yeah, I think it's a good B. Big issue why they phased it out with the Makarov is the cartridge tended to over penetrate. But other than that, it's a fairly reliable pistol.
It was replaced by the Makarov because of the penetration capabilities of the cartridge.
And they needed some. So World War II, pistols really weren't used that often. Like 1 or 2% all casualties were done with the use of pistols. So the reason why they went to the Makarov is because they didn't really see the need for like a pistol to have anything above like 9x18. And they wanted something smaller, lighter, and compact, and something with a manual safety. Because a lot of guys were NDing into themselves or shooting their buddies by accident and something like that. That was another issue. So, yeah, it's
especially because we gotta take into consideration that we're talking about Russian soldiers here.
Yeah.
Which, not the pinnacle of discipline and...
Especially in World War II, Soviet Union. It's a B. It's a B pistol. It's good. It does its job. It could be better in some regards. Like Yugoslavia with the M57, they added a 1-round capacity, added a guide rod, and made it marginally better. But we're talking about the Soviet TT-33. It's B.
All right. I kind of like the looks of it. Again, it kind of sounds like a Wish.com version, but like Soviet from the 1911. I say that I would go with you since I don't have experience with this thing in real life, and I don't know a lot about the intricacies of its mechanics. But what about you guys, Louie and Pot?
I'd say probably put that in the same tier as what Sneku led on, though. Again, I don't really got too much experience with the Tokarev myself, and like everything that Sneku said is pretty valid from the limited source I know of it. So, yeah, I'm just gonna put in the same tier.
All right, so we have 3 B tiers. What about you, Pot?
Me, I would say A tier.
Why?
Because he simped for communists.
Fuck you. No. No.
Okay,
not me.
we send out Liberty Prime. Where the fuck is he?
Wait, where the fuck is limit? Oh no, it's because I have fucking blurb disable.
Oh, rip. I just redeemed it. Fuck.
Anyway, but why would you rate it as an A
A.
and not a B?
To be fair, I have no idea why. I fired it before. I love the
See,
feel of it.
biased.
Yes, I'm biased towards a certain pistols.
God damn it, Bot.
I mean,
You
I
are
own
supposed to
one.
destroy the communists, Bot, not
I
join them.
joined them.
I guess I ain't communist. I'm a capitalist. I capitalize off anything I get from a communist corpse, you know.
Bruh.
Yeah.
But you know,
So
so
Montgomery's capital.
I completely
Also,
agree.
hi, Bullets. How are you, bro?
Yeah, nah, mate. I think Sneku is underplaying the Tucker. I mean, I know he has one. And probably he knows better. But for me, I'd say Ayla.
Wait until you have to reassemble it. Now, not an M57. You
That
can't use
is the
M57.
caveat that I have to agree. He does have a point there.
Not an M57. You can't go have an M57 go. It's easy to reassemble. You gotta have like a Polish TT33 or a Romanian TT33. Try to get that fucking recoil spring in. You don't change your mind from A to B real quick.
Imagine
He
that
does have a
thing
point
just
there.
snaps and flies all the way back into your fucking eye while
That's
trying to
happened.
reassemble.
Dude, that spring itself,
that
it can be a
happened to me.
projectile.
It's happened to me before.
Nah, bro.
That spring,
Snake, you gotta get your shit together, bro. You already had the fucking spring hit your face and then you fall and broke like half of your arm. And come on.
Okay.
But you know, for me, I'm still saying, you know.
Still being biased. What about you, Bullets? Do you have any views on the Tokarev, the TT30 or TT33 Bullets?
Bullets?
Yeah, Bullets goes by. He had another nickname before, like, or no, wait a minute. He never had another nickname before. Why do I call him Bullets? I don't even know.
Probably his call sign.
Wait, is he?
What? I don't see anyone in the chat.
No,
Never
like
enough ammo.
never enough ammo. For some reason, I call him Bullets. Now I don't remember why.
I guess I think you're hallucinating. You need a
I
shrink.
This is
don't
my
know,
first
bro.
time seeing, my first time seeing them, so can't say anything.
Oh, for fuck's
Oh,
sake.
that guy never enough ammo. Okay. I know who you're on.
Yeah, for some reason, I call him Bullets. Fuck, I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting old.
Maybe he just needs more bullets.
I mean, he loves to bully me with like ATF and CIA emotes. God damn.
Oh
it.
yeah, I can definitely tell he watches Gotcha.
Why not, right? All
Need
right,
more
we are
bullets.
getting into
Need more
like
bullets.
automatic territory, boys.
Okay.
Okay, this is like I'm gonna say that if Bot was
Yes.
completely biased towards the Nambu and a little bit towards the Tokarev, I am completely biased about the Beretta 38. Like, this thing is amazing
Yes.
and it deserves that
Yes.
S rank.
Yeah,
And nobody
Hands down,
fucking
yes.
knows because nobody cares
It's
about
historical
fucking
background.
Italy.
The
Its
Beretta
historical
38
background, its historical background, specs, and everything else is well deserving of an S. There's a reason why the Germans loved it and everyone else all across Europe loved it, because it was the most effective small arms weapon from Italy. And arguably in all of the SMGs that existed in World War II, this
Probably the
one
best.
was the most successful. It is literally hands down the best World War II SMG out of
And-
everyone else. It recoil is very manageable. It had a reasonably good fire rate. It was simplistic. It even
And
worked two
accurate.
triggers. It was accurate too. For
Yeah.
the time, the magazines are cheap to make, easy to handle, easy to maintain. It worked off of two triggers for different works of fire. The front trigger being semi-auto, and the back trigger is for automatic. So you don't need to waste your time, flipping a switch for select fire.
Yeah,
It
mean,
was also
here-
very light.
okay, so
Relatively
you can.
speaking, for SMGs. Main
Wait.
main downside is it has a full wood stock, which adds to weight, but that also mitigates the recoil.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, it's definitely S tier. It's considered one of the, if not the best SMG of World War II for a
Mhm.
reason.
And isn't it
And
such a
continue-
huge irony? Like,
And continue
have-
to see service post-war with Italy.
yeah,
Hmm.
and like it's such a huge irony, like having like one of the best, if not the best, submachine gun produced in the war, made by one of the countries that had like the worst performance in the fucking war.
I mean, they fell really short on everything else except for this thing. So I might as well give it to them. Give that to them because they don't got anything else.
Their full fucking budget went to the submachine gun like project, and they didn't had any money for everything else. But like, jokes aside, I would say that like from the top of my mind, the only other submachine gun that I remember from World War II that had like this two trigger setup was the PPSH 41.
No,
from-
the PPSH had a single trigger. It just has the safeties in the trigger guard. Kind of like
I thought the
a...
I thought the Sony KP-41 had that, or maybe I was. It's a similar design to the PPSH.
Oh yeah,
still,
it
but
definitely is.
I thought that was a two trigger setup on
Wait,
the
wait a
Sony.
minute. Is this a
one.
Swami or is this like an RPD 30?
What?
No. Fuck,
What?
PPD 34.
In my opinion, the only two SMGs that could rival the M38 is the Grease Gun, the M3 SMG, and the M31 Suomi SMG.
I think this, yeah, M30. The Sony, I'd say, be a pretty good contender to that.
Oh, never enough ammo knows you, Snake. He's calling you out. Yeah, Snake is here today. Snake is
Yeah,
here,
I'm
Louie
always
is here, and Pot is here as well.
Never enough
Hello.
ammo. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never gone by any other online names ever. I have no other
I
persona.
think it's that like
running
fancy
around
meeting
on
you
the
here
internet.
meme.
No, I think he actually. Wait, what?
Whoa.
Someone died. Oh no, Snake died.
Sneku.
Oh
He
no,
did.
he dead. He dead. The ATF got him. Oh no, the AFT got him.
AFT. Oh,
Yeah, but-
speaking about AFT,
What? FBI open up?
know that.
Wait, what?
You chat.
Oh yeah, that meme. He got found out, so he ran.
They
Oh,
decided
Discord
they decided to
crashed.
switch over from they decided to switch over from dogs to snakes now.
Yeah. But like, I really like, kind of for me, kind of feels like that the Beretta 38 is one of those underdogs. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, those are less heard of, despite of them being less heard of, you know, as an SMG in World War II, because, you know, everyone knows that Italy falls short in a lot of its weaponry, that, like, oh, we stopped paying attention to Italy's firepower and weaponry and all that stuff, that we totally overlooked the M38,
yeah.
ironically.
Red is a
Outperforming
very
almost every
well
other.
regarded. Red is the oldest
Gun
continuous gun
manufacturer.
company in the world for a reason. They
Uh-huh.
make good shit.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. It's
I
just that
think
in
it-
World War II, they just fell short on a lot of stuff that people started overlooking the rest of their stuff.
Yeah.
Do you have any opinions on this thing, Pot?
Which
Oh
one?
no, the Beretta 38.
M38 SMG.
None whatsoever. Not familiar with the weapon, sir.
See, Pot doesn't even know like the greatness of the Italians. Oh no,
Shame.
that doesn't.
He's too obsessed with the Japanese weapons. He
Yeah.
wants to
I'm
type
pretty
down-
sure
Japanese
he's
and
gonna give I'm pretty sure he's gonna give the fucking numbos like a tier S. Just,
That's
Well, I
what
mean,
just
he
he
wait,
uses it as
just
a
wait.
learning experience. Now he knows about the M38.
At least a little bit. Let me actually take a look here. Let me change my screens. Let me see if I can find like oh no, fucking wrong screen. Wrong screen. Okay.
That's
If I do recall correctly, I did fire the M38 in hot dogs, horseshoes, and hand grenades. Again, a majority of these weapons I did fired in the simulated VR gun sandbox game, hot dogs, horseshoes, and hand grenades. And if anyone has not tried that out before and has a VR, go ahead. What the fuck are you doing? If you like guns, go and check out that game, H3 VR, hot dogs, horseshoes, and hand grenades. It is pretty much like the closest thing you can get to, firing a weapon. If you don't got access to these firearms, all of them are very well modeled, very accurately and faithfully modeled, and even the if you even want to touch the cursed ones, yes, the cursed ones are quote unquote faithfully modeled, especially that pump action MP5.
Oh nah, bro, we're not gonna talk about this. I want to have like a good night of sleep.
Well,
Oh,
you're
hell
drunk.
no, man.
I mean,
Yeah, I will have a good night of sleep. But anyway, let's watch this thing actually firing because this thing looks pretty good.
ooh, I like this.
So quiet.
Oh man,
Even
even the
Forgotten Weapons has a good video on.
It's
Oh, yeah.
so. Oh, you mean Ian from Forgotten Weapons, right?
yeah, of course.
Yeah. Oh, I
I mean,
fucking love this
Jonathan
thing right
Ferguson.
here. The Swedish
Oh,
K.
yeah.
Oh, it deserves so much love.
Everyone at home, if you're one of those people that's saying, "Oh, ew, why are you holding the magazine as if it was a foregrip and all that stuff?" Well, guess what? That's actually a common manual of arms for SMGs back then.
Oh,
that
yeah.
time, especially SMGs that fired from an open bolt and whatnot.
And
They
not
had-
only
they had
that,
figured out to make SMGs a little more compact and have foregrips on them, some of them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
w-
but
one f-
like the, oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, one thing that you also have to take into consideration is that like these weapons are very different from each other. You have like very long submachine guns like this Beretta that it would be way smarter for you to actually hold on the magazine to have like a better grip than actually try to hold the thing right there, right in front of the gun. Then you have other things like this thing right here, the Master D8, in which it's kind of the opposite. So you have like a very short weapon that you really don't have anywhere else to like grip on the gun.
Yeah.
Or like the PPS 42 slash 43 here. And then you have things like the stand, in which you absolutely have nowhere else to put your hand. And you have to sit that thing on top of the mag. That's just how it is, And depending on how you get around the mag weld over there, you can accidentally press the button to release the mag. So it's literally safer for you to hold the gun by the mag than in the mag weld. So it's kind of a mixed bag. Since there was like a wide variety of designs, there was a wide variety of styles as well. So it just goes by it.
All right, next gun.
And also, yep.
MP28. So pretty much like a quote modernized version of the very old school MP18 from World War I, right?
Yeah.
Again, like one of the very first made submachine guns from World War I. I don't exactly know what they've changed for like the MP28 variant. I know that it wasn't using like these drum mags anymore, like the Neo mags, because they had a lot of issues with these things like back in World War I, especially with misfeeding, malfunctioning like in general.
The way how the magwell is fed, it was straight. I believe the MP28 was straight
It used a
in.
stick magazine.
It was
It
straight.
used a 20-round stick magazine.
Yeah, so the magwell is straight in rather than at an at an angle. That's where I believe the MP34, had the angular mag. I'm not really too sure. I only know that these type of SMGs are like back in World War One, they're considered to be like the first configurations of SMGs.
There we go.
And that's like when you can officially say that the MP28, MP34s, like you can officially say that they are the world's first SMGs.
Yes.
The
more or less.
Gen 1.5 SMGs, but I posted a picture of the MP38 in the group
And a
chat if you wanna grab
34
it.
as well. Like the last one is a 34, right?
Yeah, it's Steyr MP34.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Oh, that thing looks sexy. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie. I love the looks on it.
Oh yeah. But
like the
the
heat
issue
shield on
is
that
it's a
thing.
very expensive was a very expensive SMG to make.
Oh yes, yes, definitely.
Yeah,
There's
not
a
everyone
reason-
is issued that.
Yeah. There's a reason why, like, as soon as they actually, develop the technology to work around stamped steel and actually use that shit like on a more widely amount in weaponry, they just started making guns entirely worth of like out of stamped steel because it was way cheaper and easy to produce. Like it was way cheaper to produce an MP 38 and then MP40 than actually making one of these things. So why? It's same thing with the Tommy gun and the grease gun. Why go for the more complicated, more expensive boomstick when you can go with the simpler boomstick that you can make like 3, 4, 5 with the same amount of money?
Yeah. But so the differences between the MP28 and MP18 is the MP28 obviously is fed from anywhere from 20 to 30 round box mags, and they changed the rear sights, and they also added a semi-auto mode instead of just having it full auto like the MP18.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, it's practically the same SMG internally with small other internal changes. I mean, if we're gonna rate it as SMG in World War II, I'd give it B, simply because there are better, cheaper, easier designs like the MP40, a whole bunch of other designs that were around at that time. It's still good SMG, it's just that it's somewhat dated compared to other options.
Oh, definitely. I would say that the difference between technology from like SMGs from World War I to World War II, it kind of didn't change a lot, because machine guns in general didn't change a lot in that small amount of time. But again, like you had like especially cheaper to make and more like simple designs out there if compared to this thing right here. So
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, it is not that different, but it's also like probably more expensive. So
Because it still uses a milled tube versus like the MP40, MP38 that has a stamped tube or the stand that's literally just a tube with
wait
barrels.
a minute, I thought I forgot. I don't think I actually included the Owen gun in this submachine gun list.
Shame.
Oh,
Shame.
right.
Shame.
Disgusting.
He included the Sterling, but not the Owen.
Right? How absurd.
I
Like,
guess
can
maybe just because you just don't like the Owen and all that it's like
You
easily
hate the
forgettable
Owen.
for you.
No, we can literally do that right now, bro.
If you want, yeah, go ahead. If you
Owen
want
gun.
to. I mean,
Oh
I
my
don't hate the Owen as much as you,
God.
but
Oh my god. It burns
You know,
my eye. Oh
you-
my
The
god,
Owen
it's
is
so
beautiful.
ugly.
You shut up. The Owen is a beautiful,
What do you
magnificent
mean
gun.
it's beautiful? It's horrible.
Well,
Looks
look,
like
here's
something a
the thing.
monkey could do in a shed.
Yes, that's
despite what
that's
you
the
despite what
point
you
was.
say, despite what you say, dude, even though I think you probably have your detestment to the Owen gun probably by bias or something though, but historical use of it kind of says very different from your bias. Not gonna lie on that. There's a
bro.
reason why New Zealanders they rather prefer the Owen gun over the Thompson in Guadalcanal and the Solomon Islands. So again,
Wait, how
during
do
its
I add
testing,
stuff from here? I don't know.
let's see. During its testing, it was actually proven to be a lot more accurate and reliable than the Sten and Thompson. Not gonna lie, even though it's ugly, and whatnot, its performance kind of outspeaks a lot what its looks and whatnot.
Nah, yeah,
So,
it's one of those things that it is ugly, but it was effective
Look
for
like
what
shit,
is.
but it
yeah, so just
But it was
give it just give it respect where it's due.
Baby poop green like this one, right? Oh my god, it's so fucking awful.
Nah, you gotta get the camo. You gotta get the one with the camo, not just solid green. You gotta get
What do
the
you
one with
like
the camo.
this one?
No, the one above it.
Yeah, like this one.
Yes.
Oh Lord, have mercy on my soul.
There was also I do believe there was also a time that General Douglas MacArthur was considering to equip American troops in the Pacific with
bruh.
a gun.
I wouldn't believe this. Mr. McCardo was not that much of a clown. Come on.
Well, he was considering it, yeah. But
Oh.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, the America works with what they got already, which was the the Thompson, and well, soon we're gonna be covering the M50 racing. I got a few things to say
Okay.
about that.
Okay. So like let's just go back to watch a little video of the MP28 first.
Yep.
Let's see how this thing operates.
There's a direct rollback.
Where the funny switch. Very low rate of fire as well, right?
Relatively.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so like this thing you said B, Louie?
I said B.
No, you said
Because
B.
Yeah,
it's,
that was
it's somewhat outdated compared to other design, but it's still perfectly functional.
Yeah, but then you could say the same thing about the C tier.
The C tier has issues.
Like what?
Well, the Ruby is kind of big and bulky for its size, and is is somewhat crew natured.
All right. So B. You have
everyone
any
agree?
views on it, Bot?
B as well. Well, actually, I'm between B and A.
Oh my
But,
god, Bot.
Yeah, I'm actually between them both. So, can I have an A, B negative, please?
No, you can't.
No.
All right, I'm gonna put this at B. I would like if it was just me alone, I would put it at C. But like, you guys are rigging the contest, so I guess. All right, let's just skip. Let's fucking skip the fucking elephant in the room, like fucking Owen gun. Come on.
A, S.
No,
S,
you're not. I'm
S.
not gonna. No, hell no. I'm not gonna allow you to put the Owen gun on anything
No.
above like B tier. Oh,
No, I actually agree with him.
God.
Listen. Put the thing in S because number one, its efficacy in the Pacific.
I don't
It
care, bro.
complete. I feel gravely offended, my good sir. So,
Oh,
The Owen is like the third best SMG, second or third best SMG in World War II.
Nah, bro, you're not.
Even
gonna
though-
no, fuck off.
Listen, the Thompson jammed in the Pacific. It was prone to jamming in the tropical climate of the Pacific.
The
The Owen-
Australians preferred this over this Sten, and they had their own domestic Sten that's actually better than the Sten. They preferred this. It is
Yeah.
good.
If I were to actually choose between the Sten and the Owen, I would pick the Owen gun first and foremost. It,
Wait,
looks a little bit more.
What Sten are we talking about? Are we talking about the Austen Mark 1 or the Austen Mark 2? Because there's two Australian
The Austin
Sten.
Mark One.
Yeah, Owen
I
over
can't
that.
believe this.
Yeah, I would actually because the thing has a pistol grip to it. It's first and foremost, it would be comfortable to fire.
Yeah, it actually has a place for your offhand.
Even
Owen
though
gets the S.
even though it is ugly, I gotta admit it, it is still a beautiful gun to shoot.
It is kind of ugly. It's a bit awkward on the iron sights because you need to cant that in order to get a co-witness on that thing.
Yeah.
Granted,
Imp, Imp, you're gonna pay me for that, Imp.
No,
You're
he's
gonna
not.
pay me like, oh man.
So would you like me
I'm
to
gonna go after
pay the
you with
tab?
interest, bro.
I mean the Sten
hell.
the Sten is coming up, and you'll definitely know that the Owen gun is going to be up higher tier than the Sten, at least.
Oh
Again,
my god, I feel like I'm not even British, and I feel like personally offended by you saying that. Like those specific words. Oh
Remember,
my
the Sten is
god.
shitty, but deadly. That
I'd
is
rather
its
be
purpose.
firing something off of a pistol grip than that of what the Sten has. The British
Okay.
Sten.
I'm not gonna put an ass imp. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, those in favor of S tier for the Owen gun, say aye.
No.
I'll just put that in as an A. That's as much as it's gonna get from me.
Aye. 2 S's, 3 S's, we have 3 S's. Fuck you, Monty. Put it up in
What
there.
do you mean 3 S's?
Three
Like, this is
S's.
not a fucking democracy. I already told you guys.
So this is the
Sorry.
Banana Republic, my
Sorry.
good sir.
Oh,
Or next time
God,
we're-
I can't believe this.
Sorry, next time, the very next moment when we go down to the AO together, you're getting a bullet to the back of the head from me for that one. You don't speak for me.
Oh, I'm gonna
Wait a
like,
minute, you have still flying.
You're gonna
I'm
get it coming anyways.
fuck, I fucking
Ah, fuck.
I'm gonna hate myself for doing that. I'm not gonna comment on that. Let's just skip
Pull
it.
it.
Fuck you.
We're gonna pull it.
I can't believe
He's
you guys
pulling
made me.
it, he's-
I can't believe you guys made me add a fucking Owen gun to put that thing on
It's
A. Like, I
iconic.
can't believe this.
It's one of the most iconic guns of World War II.
Yes, we have 1 A and we have 3 S's. 1 S from Florida.
Give me a fuck. Like, give me a minute. Let me do something here.
No President
I'm
Day.
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you guys are gonna rig
Why
this
is it
shit.
not S tier? Because it's
The
shit.
The Parliament. Let's go. The only
Uh,
Draco.
The gun revolver is in D because of its practicality and it being like a design from World War One and
Pre-World War
whatnot. For it to be a valid practical weapon used in World War II, it kind of falls pretty short with a lot of standards of that time. So, yeah, we'll have
Okay.
to give it there. As you filthy, you were filthy.
I'm sick of saying
Why is the gun revolver not in it? It will never be in that place, ammo. Never.
Uncircumcised catches a lot of air inside.
There's a fucking. Oh no, you guys are not. You guys are gonna fucking rig it. I knew it. You guys are a bunch of fucking clowns. I hate you.
Hey, look, it's the multiverse of us three.
Yeah, it was the multiverse. I was doing that. I totally. Whatever. You guys are making me fucking put the. Ugh.
Hey, bro, look, you have 7 S tiers. Let's go.
7? What do you mean by that?
7 out
you
of
guys-
10.
oh,
Take
I
it.
forgot
8
to
out of
remove.
10. Let's go. 9. 9 out of 10.
Nah,
Monty.
bro, you guys are fucking kidding with me. I can't believe this. Get the fuck out.
Your opinion on the Owen gun of looks and not functionality.
Oh my god. See, that's why fucking democracies die. Like, it doesn't work. Oh, why did I put the price for a vote again, like, so small? Ah,
I might just do I remind you at 43K Cuban cigar suspend.
I just filled in that last one there. There you go.
that is rigged. That is rigged. I don't.
Other than that,
Fuck
let me
this.
give one to Louie as well because
Yeah, we're totally just dicking around with Dick.
I can't believe this. It's gonna sit at A tier. I'm not gonna move this shit to S
the
tier.
three.
I
the
don't
three-
care about your like fucking failed democracy BS.
This is rigged.
Always has been, bro. Always has
You know what
been.
that means? You know what that means? Nick? Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna try to
this
fuck
next-
with my favorite.
this next one I don't really-
Il bonito Mussolini smoking a Cuban cigar.
This next one I don't really know anything about aside from firing it in postscriptum.
The Mass 38.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh,
like-
and in Rising Storm 2 Vietnam.
Mine's 38.
no, they
gets
didn't have the
include-
Mass 38 in Rising Storm. They had the Mass 49.
wait. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. The wire stop.
Gotcha, bitch.
Okay, yeah.
That 38.
You know,
They
the
probably made their way into Vietnam though. because of the surplus of those.
The MAT 38 gets a C. The cartridge is anemic. It's pretty much 32 ACP.
And you can't find it anywhere. Hence, like Ian from Forgotten Weapons looking for
that
thing
he
everywhere.
did find it. He did find it once and got it working, and he was very happy. But
you get
Fire.
you get no riot rights here, Ian. I'm sorry. I'm gonna send you to Guantanamo Bay.
Since you are definitely Brazilian, my good sir.
Why you just send it to Brazil?
Send it to Brazil.
Guantanamo is funnier. Believe me.
all right. So the MAT.
Now maybe
the MAT
call that
38
tactical
gets a
baptism.
C.
Wait, what? The man's what? Sorry.
The MAT 38 gets a C. In my book.
I can place it with it.
Anemic cartridge.
They
The MAT
weren't
38 gets a C. My bad.
they weren't
Anemic
made like
cartridge.
in very large numbers. They didn't saw a lot of combat in World War II. I just say that it's one of those weapons that they were there, but they didn't had do a lot. So like I kind of think that C would be like a good place for it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anemic cartridge that's barely better than 32 ACP, and
Yeah.
very limited production.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Less than 2,000 made.
And it looks kind of weird as well.
Yes.
But again,
Yeah.
it's French,
It's
so
French.
it's kind of expected that if you have like French equipment, it's gonna look kind of weird because that's how they do. That's how they rock.
Yeah.
Escargot, that is.
Yes, escargot gun.
It's correct.
Who was the person that wanted to say something about the M50 Ryzen?
Yeah, that was me. So yeah, the M50 Ryzen, I would probably have to say it would have to go into the D.
Wait, really? Why?
Yeah, because again, shortages of Thompsons, and the Marines have a shortage of Thompsons, and they needed an SMG and all that stuff. They didn't have any better choice but to take the M50 Ryzen. There was also lots of reports at Guadalcanal and the Solomon Islands that the Marines would dump these M50s into the rivers if they could get a much better weapon and all that stuff. Again, they mass produced these M50s because America is going to be dropped into World War II, and well, the productions of the Thompsons didn't really come up around, so availability of SMGs, they didn't have anything else, so the M50s were literally the ones that they had to be equipped with. They need to be equipped with something, fast before they get deployed out there. So that's one thing to do. And the M50s didn't even see the end of the war.
Oh,
and
yes, it did.
whatnot.
The M50s continue to serve as like a guard weapon, and if you ask me, it should be at least a C because it's still a good guard weapon. It's still okay, but the reliability issues with it in Guadalcanal are pretty understandable because it would malfunction a lot.
These were mostly used in the Pacific.
Yeah.
Just so
Aren't
you
they
know,
the ones that in
especially
order
the
for
Marines.
you to operate the charging handle, you had to stick the finger on that hole in the front of the
Yeah, the charging handle
magazine?
was under the barrel, and that
Yeah,
was
it was the
big
same thing with the grease gun. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, not the
Mhm.
same thing. Since the charging handle is actually separate and not the bulb, but yeah, I'd say it's a C, not a
This
D.
one, the action on this one, like the charging handle, kind of looks like the charging handle on those like 1907 Remington like semi-auto rifles that had like the charging handle like right under the barrel that you had to just put your finger and pull it backwards. I don't know if you guys know which one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've
The
seen
Winchester
charging handle
1907 carbines, but yeah,
Yeah.
the M50 is definitely a C in my book because it's still good. It was still a good guard weapon and reserve weapon, just not a good frontline weapon. It wasn't built.
And it
to
used
survive
like
the frontline of the gun.
20 round stick mags from Tommy guns, right? As well.
No, he used his own proprietary mags.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't use any other kind of mag for that thing, so it's proprietary. So if you lose that stuff, then you're not getting any other way of,
Shit.
feeding into that thing. It jams a lot. It was not very well made for the moistures of the jungle. It degrades pretty quickly, and it just has so many faults to it. That's the reason why I'd say that it would be in D. The mere fact that Marines, if they found anything that is remotely better than the
would drop it.
the N50 Racing, they would throw it in the river.
Well, they were actually ordered to throw it in the river because they got like a shipment of Thompsons and better guns.
They'd still do that. They'd still do that even though they weren't given the order,
Yeah.
because they just get so sick of it.
Okay,
So
let's
yeah,
see.
it stays as a D because the
It's
flaws really
C.
outspeaks a lot of that stuff.
Let's see this thing firing. Let's see how this goes, because I know it's a 45, but that's pretty much as far as I know about this thing. There's another 45 ACP that I haven't included that we could look for some information on it, like the M2 Hyde.
The M2 SMG kind of didn't go anywhere because
Yeah.
they kind of overtook it immediately.
It didn't even saw service, right? The Hyde.
It was produced in some numbers, but that was it. It never went anywhere besides like
Okay.
I think right around 1,000 were produced. Not a lot.
Okay, so even less than this thing right here.
Yeah. But
Okay.
the M50 saw service after World War II and did see service through World War II as like a guard weapon and reserve weapon.
Mm-hmm.
A prison guard weapon.
Oh, it's a very. Oh, this. I hate short videos. Fuck. Alright, give me a. I like. Let's take a look at this one
There we
right
go.
here.
One, two.
Wait, this one has a. Oh, this is not a cuts compensator because it's way too big. Way too long.
Another issue, one thing I did remember about the racing is it's a double stack single feed SMG, and that kind of made some issues with the magazines, and one of the issues they did have with it.
Oh, and if I remember correctly, these mags didn't hold like 30 rounds, right? It was 20 something, 25.
20 rounds.
Oh.
Yeah, and when you keep firing these things, they rattle.
Yeah.
And like all the more that they'd rattle when you're firing them in hot, humid, moist jungle. And then if you get even if you even get like a tiny atom of mud or like debris anywhere in the thing, you're going to have a stoppage. At least that was quoted from what the Marines have.
It feels more like a carbine than a
Well,
submachine gun.
that's what it was originally marketed as, was like a police carbine.
Uh-huh.
And that's what it continued to serve in through World War II as like a guard weapon, prison guard weapon.
Uh-huh.
It's
Yeah.
kind of thrust into the role that it really wasn't designed for, which is why it gets a C tier for me. It's a stopgap weapon that was adopted for emergency purposes. And the Marine paratroopers still had the M55 resin. It's pretty neat, but they never did anything.
All right. So, like, do you have any opinions towards it, Pat? What is
I'm
that
not giving
again?
Louie on it.
So, like, C tier, everyone, like, that's...
No, between no.
I'm tier.
D and garbage. Between D and garbage.
I'm not gonna lie. I think that, especially based on everything that you guys say, I would put this thing in D tier. Because, you know,
Yeah,
like,
again,
the
we're
Mass
talking about
38
it
here...
during the war.
Yeah, and the Mass 38 here, probably it didn't saw enough combat to, like, people actually come around all its problems and whatnot. That's why it kind of deserves like a C tier. But if people would actually dump these things for anything else, pretty much, I think it would sit like under the 38.
Under garbage.
Because no, you're not gonna say that the Rising was better than the fucking that was worse than the Numbo. I'm not gonna allow this.
Nah, man, listen, the Marines dumped them in rivers. That should tell you everything you need to know.
Ah, bro, the Japanese couldn't throw their weapons away because they would
Well,
die.
but you're
like,
comparing.
killing themselves.
But you're comparing two different weapon categories. which there's really no comparison between the two. So again, like the tiebreaker for me. Sneku said that it makes a good reserve weapon, and like it's still being used after World War II. Sure, okay, fine. If we're talking about like Cold War, any period that is after World War II, then fine, I would put that in C. But since we're talking specifically its use during the war, it fell short of getting into C for me because of like what we just talked about with its many flaws. So it stays in D. In the context of the war. After the war in the Cold War, for Sneku's reasons, I would put that in C.
Okay, so we do have like 2 solid D's, 1 like under garbage from like by a spot, and 1 C. So I guess the average would be like a D.
Yeah.
Okay. Russian PPS 43.
That's a solid B for me, because it's Russia's answer to the MP40. It's a stamped steel SMG that was meant to supplement or almost entirely replace the PPSH 41. These are enough rate of fire, compact.
Gotta remember, lower
reliable,
rate of fire than the PPSH, which again, it wasn't like very difficult because anything under 900 rounds per minute would be lower than the fucking PPSH 41. So
tankers would love this. So
yeah, foldable stock, completely pretty much stamped steel. You like kind of eliminate the whole thing with the drum mag from the PPSH, which meant that you had like less issues with like feeding the rounds.
And it's easier to carry stick mags.
Exactly. You can carry more ammo with like less amount of space, right? Because you're not gonna be carrying like a lighter load because the ammo is gonna add up. But like the space that it will occupy, it's way easier for you to carry stick mags than to carry those huge fucking drums. So let me take a look at right here. PPS 43. Let's take a look at this thing. Oh fuck.
PPS 43 gets a B.
It is a sexy machine gun, I'm not gonna lie.
I have a parts kit.
I don't know how
I have a Polish parts kit line. Gotta build eventually.
Here we have like another some high calorie American. Like the guys was talking some time ago, with a very nice PPS.
So me, my beloved.
Oh yeah, oh no, that's a PPSH.
No, it's PPS 43.
No, the one in the corner.
We don't
Very
have
low
it.
rate of fire, very nice. I really like this thing.
Good cartridge. The 7.62x25 is definitely more of a SMG carbine cartridge, not a good pistol cartridge.
That kind of SMG kind of also reminds me of what is that? The Polish Blushkowika or something?
Oh yeah,
The resistance the Polish resistance SMG.
Yeah. That one's actually kind of less heard of though, but again, it's like it's another one of the family of SMGs that's like following the same formula as the MP40s. So, you know, kind of has
direct blowback, simple add.
Yeah. Oh yeah, literally that. They were really nice, very relevant to the war.
Oh, the Swami, my beloved, was actually Dunjo. Oh, the Swami's coming up, Dunjo. Don't worry about it. It's sitting right here between the PPSH 41 and the Tommy gun. So don't worry about it.
For me and the PDSH are very like Louie.
All right, so we're all agreed that PPS 43C is the
time warning. We're at 3 hours and 30 minutes as of right now. So
wait, what?
We're now at 3 hours, 30 minutes. So just a little bit time heads up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but PPS 43 is B. We all agree it's B.
Might need to have a part 2 for this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, probably. I was thinking about us finishing like the submachine guns for today, and we can leave like maybe the The rest
guns is
for
gonna
like
be the
yeah, machine guns, I think it's gonna take a while. Bolt action definitely is gonna, like, bolt action and semi-autos in general are gonna take a while. So maybe we
Oh,
could
yeah.
try and like split this thing in like either 2 or 3 parts.
Yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, can you make sure you have the Type 38 and the Type 99 Arisaka involved as well?
I think I did put like one of the Arisakas, like, but maybe just the 99. I think this
Okay,
is
I
the
didn't-
99.
One more
Look,
thing you probably might want to put in there regarding
That's
the
nine. And it's
the Arasaka. So you might this will be a treat for Potu. I'll give you this one, and thanks Danjo for letting me know that this exists. But add in the Type I Carcano,
yes, the Kakano Arisaka
the
bastard
Japanese
child.
Carcano. Yeah,
What are you
So
talking
type
about?
I.
Like a mix of a Carcano and an Arisaka?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
this
a
was,
mixed breed.
yeah. This was an Italian-Japanese contract weapon between
What
Italian
the fuck?
manufacturers and the Japanese Imperial Navy. Yeah. So just because the Navy or the Imperial Navy had very short they literally had no guns to run with when World War II was coming up, and so they saw that the Italians were starting to be they just came in as as an allies to the Axis forces, and they thought that the Japanese thought that this was a way to get a little bit of bonding time with each other, saying that, hey, you know what, our Navy kind of doesn't have any firearms and we're kind of desperate need of some. So they called up the Italians and say, like, you know, can help an old buddy here and whatnot. And so what they did was took a bunch of their Carcanos and the Type 38 Arisaka, and basically they pretty much did what they can in mashing those two up, and then there you go. You got the Type I Carcano, which is basically that of Carcano bolt into a custom-made Type 38 Arisaka wood furniture stock.
It's essentially Arisaka and Kakaro making love and it had a bastard child together.
Yep, it is the common rifle for the Japanese Imperial Navy.
Why the Navy always gets the weird shit?
Because
Well,
it's
no, because they didn't fund. The Imperial Army just didn't really care for.
It's not like that, bro. Everywhere it's like this. Take a look at the American like Navy. They always get the weird shit, the weird submachine guns, the weird semi-auto rifles. Bro, they had a fucking Johnson that we're gonna be looking down in like
Johnson.
Yeah, but well,
That's
a good amount
Johnson.
of the weapons that we're talking about is usually up there in, you know, on land, up there on the front lines. And when we're talking about Navy and all that stuff, what exactly
have
out there in the sea
different
you can
they
do?
have different requirements because of their
Very
field
different
thing.
purpose.
I would
But
say
unfortunately for the Japanese Imperial Navy's case, it's just because they didn't have any guns at all coming
yeah.
into World War II. Yeah, literally, the Imperial Army at that time they didn't bother funding them for some certain reason. They don't know why.
I think
The Japanese Navy, Air Force, and Army had a very nasty rival.
yeah, they did.
Yeah.
No one wanted to support one another.
Yeah.
All right, so like I like personally I would like to put this thing in like on A tier, but then I would have to put the PPS H41 in the lower tier, and I can't do
No.
that with myself. So
41 is S tier.
No.
Straight.
Civil War.
Because of the rate of
43
fire,
is-
man. How can you say no?
You just like
43 is a solid B. It doesn't do anything particularly well or anything particularly better than any other SMG. So
all right.
I
but
mean,
the cool
shooting
factor
fast
of
is
the
just
41
only.
is okay. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say that the cool factor of the 41 like gains a lot of points with us. I mean, at least with me. You know, like you might say, oh, shooting fast only goes to a certain way. Yeah, but when you're fighting in the fucking houses and buildings in Stalingrad, and your average soldier, like your average like Wehrmacht soldier, is carrying 650 or like 550 rounds per minute MP40, and you get in a room and there's like 4 Germans, and you have a PPSH 41 with like 71 rounds, like spicy Tokarev rounds in your drum mag, and you can unleash that on them like on hip fire and absolutely obliterate everyone. I think it does the job. It gets the job done. It's not a fucking precision weapon.
But there's also the reason why, like later on in the war, that they soldiers are more preferable of using the stick magazines than that of the drum mags, because it's so dang head. Like the only reason why they use the drum, it jams less, and that the drum mags make you less mobile. The only reason why they run a drum mag is like if they're holding up a position rather than moving and being mobile.
And not to mention the drum is just harder to carry anyway.
Yeah, it's definitely a less, I'm not gonna say less ergonomic, but like less more difficult to handle gun, like the 41 as in the 43. I would say that also like this whole drum thing is something that we see in pretty much every single submachine gun from World War II. Like all of the weapons that had the capability of using drum mags, the drum mags fall in favor when compared with like stick mags because of how unreliable drum mags were. And then like if you're gonna use a 35 round mag in a submachine gun like the PPSH 41, you might as well put in a platform that is lighter, cheaper, easier to handle because of the fire rate, and can carry pretty much the same amount of ammo as in the PPS 43. So it's kind of like the 43 is an upgrade in a wide variety of aspects if compared to the 41.
Yeah.
It's also something to consider as well from pop culture. Again, running PPSH 41 in a drum mag, it looks awesome. It looks cool, right? Yeah, and I think it's because in pop culture, they kind of exaggerated the use of the drum magazine a bit too much, where people believe that soldiers would be commonly running the drum mags a lot more than the stick mags, where reality has to pay for that.
Yeah,
So,
it's completely untrue.
yeah.
I mean, I don't necessarily know about this last part because like the majority of footage and like videos that you see from Soviet soldiers in World War II when they are carrying like PPSH 41s, they are more often than not using the drum mags.
Yeah, but what exactly are they doing in those videos, or like those black and white footages
Clearing houses.
you see where it's either that they're not going to be traveling long distances with that. It's either like clearing your house,
no, it's
or they're
heavy
holding
as
them
fuck.
somewhere with those. Yeah. So
Not only
that's the
that,
thing.
but we also, I think something else that we need to consider, especially in these cases, is that a lot of these quote combat footage from World War II were just like replicated videos in which they would literally like go over these things, and like the Germans were masters in doing this, like reshooting stuff to say that that was like combat footage with like soldiers and tanks and whatnot. So like who's saying that the fucking Soviets couldn't be doing the same thing? Again, like I kind of, it's kind of hard for me to put the 41 like lower than the 43. So if you ask me, like if the 43 deserves like a B rating, I think the 41 would deserve like a B rating as well.
It's C, just because it's heavier and harder to produce.
I am not even a communist, and it feels in my heart.
43 gets a B.
Yeah, I'd say 43 gets a B for me.
It doesn't do anything particularly better than any other stamp sheet metal SMG of World War II.
All right, so like a B for the 43. Let's put the 43 here on B. Are you sure? Like C for the 41? I would give it a B. Like Louie, you would give it a C as well?
Heavier, more complicated.
Yeah, more expensive. Pot, help me here, Pot. You're my only ally.
What is it? What happened?
We're talking about the
PPSH
41.
The grading for the 41.
I would say it's between an A and an S, personally. Primarily because of the fire rate.
Mm.
That's just me.
All right, Pot has like a biased opinion again.
Yes, I'm
Well, I
sorry.
mean,
Let's
fire,
just
the fire rate
compromise
is
and put it on B, please.
Fine, I'll concede. We'll do it B.
All right, so we
All
won.
right, so that makes it 2 C's and 2 B's.
Yes.
Should
Sits
be.
here in the middle,
Yeah,
but then
we
it
got-
doesn't
we got-
go.
I- Look at it,
Don't
it's
worry,
yeah,
I have a
yeah.
coin. I have a coin for us to flip.
Because we all have valid points on its flaws or pros and cons and all that stuff. And I think
That's the
we just
problem, bro. You
really
can't
lost-
you
are
can't say
even
that the
for
41
reasons.
was like just as effective as a Mass 38 or a Ruby pistol.
I question.
Uh,
Coin. Heads, B's, tails, C's. Yes or no?
wait,
flip
what?
it.
I'm complacent to that.
I don't have any coins around.
Don't worry, I have a
We-
Singapore coin.
Paul can do that. Okay, so
Alright.
what does it get? Heads for B and tails for C.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Tails. Fuck.
It's a C.
Yeah.
Bro, you can't say that this thing is not cool.
We're not saying it's not.
It is. It is cool. It's just that I think we're gonna base it more on practicality wise and whatnot.
Okay, I'm gonna give you guys that. I'm gonna put that on C, like against my will. But again, like this video is kind of funny because it's like PPSH 41 in Iraq. It's like the guy when you fight the war for long enough that you just start unlocking like cool equipment.
You should see the reproductions ones of those in Pakistan.
Kyber pass shit.
I love it.
You guys want? Hey, hold on, Dick. You want to see something that's going to make you hurt?
Oh
you
no,
go.
I don't. No, I don't. Like I just
You
told you,
like-
Yes,
I
you
don't
do.
want to see
Wait.
it.
You will do
Wait,
have
are you
optical
talking about? Are you talking about like that bolt action BAR?
No, the tactical PPSH.
Oh, that.
Oh,
sure,
yeah,
it's
I
me.
fired-
Now-
I fired that in hot dog searches hand grenades. Yeah, very tactical PPSH with all the pick rails and everything along the
it
heat
just
shield.
gets worse, bro. It just gets worse. At
Nah.
least
You
the
know,
maybe-
first one was like black. The second one is just like a. Oh, and they cut the fucking stock. The stock is in half. Like what the
Look at
hell?
that one.
Yeah,
Bro, why
it's
there's
like
a
more like.
why there's a foot on the picture,
Man wanted his foot in the picture, okay?
bro.
Foot fetish into
Mhm.
PSH. Why
Oh,
not?
I can't believe this. I can't believe
Hey,
this.
here's a better. Oh, look at
He
this
done it
one.
for
This one
free.
has. This one has 2 lights. Same thing, just has 2 lights on it. Look at it.
Okay, you know what? At least I don't find this as bad as like the Brazilian Madsen.
No, but
You
wait
know,
a minute.
there's
The only thing that they did
You-
with the
your
Brazilian
boys are still
medicine
using
was...
that thing.
Yeah, but like the only thing they did, I think they cut the barrel like a little bit, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, to make it more mobile though, but
Yeah,
like
a carbine.
you're
Carbine.
you're literally you're using a World War One weapon for modern day modern day problems, and like seeing this being used in like modern day gear. Well, then again, I can't really say the same because over there in Ukraine, they're even using
Mosins.
World War One weapons. Yeah.
Yeah. Mosins, Maxim guns. All right,
I,
so I'm
I,
gonna.
I do apologize, but why do I see a Chow Chow over there?
Oh, the
Yes.
Chow
Chow
Chow.
Chow.
Because it belongs here.
Yeah, Chow Chat. Chow Chat or Chow Chow. Chow Tao, whatever the hell you call it.
The show shot?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Chow Chow.
Because it belongs here. It was used by the French in World War II. That's not me, bro. You can blame the French for that one.
We probably
Like,
might not.
That
we
gun
probably might
is.
not-
It's not
I
as
do
bad as
apologize.
people say. It's not as bad as
Man,
people say.
it fucking jams like the dickens. I would not trust that
Nah,
motherfucker
bro.
with a 10-foot pole.
It's not as bad as people say. Anyway, we're gonna go on to the next SMG. What's the next
Yeah.
SMG?
It's ZK303. I don't remember exactly where this thing is
I don't know
from.
what this one is.
It comes from Czechoslovakia.
Oh,
It's
okay.
actually an incredibly high quality over-engineered SMG. The bolt actually has a weight that you can pull out to adjust the full auto rate of fire. The heavier the weight, yeah. And then it also has a bipod on it because why
Yeah.
not?
I'm
And it
sorry.
has
I'm
semi
sorry.
full
But
auto capabilities.
if the fucking Japanese could get like bayonets on their fucking SMGs, the Czechs could put like bipods on theirs, and the
Yeah.
bipod makes more sense than fucking a bayonet. I'm sorry.
I mean, an
I
SMG.
I
But
put a
yeah,
Type 100, yes, I can see it.
So for this SMG, I'd say it definitely. It wasn't mass produced because it was very expensive, but it was a very good SMG. I'd say it's an A.
I'm sorry. I just need to reply to what Imp says. That he goes like by the show used by the French for like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's kind of like that. That's the issue. And also,
Like,
isn't the
heck,
K50?
I didn't enjoy firing that in postscriptum.
I mean, the show is like it's a weird thing. But like, isn't the K50 like that? Was it Chinese or Vietnamese? It was Chinese, right? It was like a submachine gun made by. It kind of used like.
It's not Vietnam. It's not Vietnam.
Yeah, K50M.
Now we just call it Type 50. No,
Yeah,
it's
I
actually
know
from
that
China, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, China produced this thing. I remember that. I remember that because in Girls Frontline, it was one of the 4-star girls that you could get. And
China number one. That's
uh-huh. China number 1 uses English to say that. Shut the fuck up, you filthy.
You want to know? You want to know who
I
else
don't-
uses English to say something about China?
What?
That one dude from Hong Kong. Donald Trump don't trust China. China is asshole.
I don't know about what you're talking
bruh. Donald Trump.
You never saw that?
about. No.
It's the way I said.
This thing,
I don't love
I'm
it.
not gonna
I'm
lie,
not
I
dying.
like its looks. I like its looks.
It has a slim kind
does
of
look
size,
sick.
but it's very slim.
I don't know exactly what's the differences, but it kind of feels like that they.
There's a bit of a
North-
PPSH 41 in there. A bit of PPSH 41 in there.
That he showed her. Yeah. I don't
And
know. The wire stock doesn't look comfortable though. No, not gonna lie, but
Sniper.
beggars can't be
It does.
choosers.
Fuck wire stocks to the moon.
So it's pretty much just a PPSH with like different, let's say, quote, furniture to make it like smaller, like more compact and whatnot. But like mechanically wise, apparently it's the same shit.
Yeah, this was in Rising
Yeah,
Storm
price
Vietnam,
select.
right?
I think they do have this thing in Vietnam, like in Rising Star Vietnam.
Mm-hmm. I did remember finding
Definitely.
something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if the other one, if the original PPSH 41 went there, I think this thing would be in around the same category.
It seems Danjo has answer.
This is
The
about
mud
closer
fucking-
to the mat for the night. Yeah, that's pretty much
Yeah.
it.
All right, let's actually take a look at this thing here, firing like the Czech one.
It's a fire. Move it.
Blah 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 blah. I don't want to hear. I want to hear the thing firing, bro.
Fucking.
It's an A tier. It's a very expensive SMG, but a very good SMG.
It's like the Gucci AR of the SMGs from World War II.
Yes.
All right. I kind of like the looks of it. It looks like a refined MP28 to a certain degree.
Yeah.
What we did, we put the, but I don't think that's. I don't think it deserves like a better rating than the MP28 because at least the MP28 saw a decent amount of combat.
Yeah, but it's a very nice, high quality SMG.
again, it's a Gucci. Like I think it would deserve like
Yeah,
at least
I
the
mean,
same one.
Bipods and SMGs, it already got that beat. Yeah, like
I don't know. I would vote for B. If the MP28 went for B, I think it should win for B as well. It's up to you guys.
I'd say it's B.
Be fine.
Are you on
Granted,
pair with that? Pod?
Granted, it would probably go A if they use that more in the.
Oh yeah, definitely. But you know, the Czechs were a little bit busy being fucking invaded by the Nazis.
Yeah.
That bipod is kind of a head scratcher for me, though. That's another one.
It's a Gen 2. It's like a Gen 1.5 SMG. They're still kind of messing around with the idea of SMGs.
I think it's because like maybe back then they would have like they were certainly like very optimistic when it came to like gun range in a lot of weapons, and I would say that a lot of these SMGs would suffer like pretty much that same fate, you know, like
I think Romania uses SMG a little bit as well. Let me see. What is it called? The
ZK383.
Give me like two.
All right, while you search for that, let's go for the next one, the Stan. I didn't like specify a particular version of that thing, so I would say it covers like from all the more simple ones to the more fancy ones with like pistol grip and wood stocks and whatnot. Again, very cheap, mass produced.
Yeah, so Romania did adopt the ZK383.
But then Romania in the war was kind of like, eh.
Anyway,
so
we all know about the Sten. It is a shitty but deadly SMG. It gets a C. It did its job.
I would put it in B, just because, like, you know, it might be. You guys are killing me.
That thing is not comfortable to fire at all, though. But if you're able to be effective with it, then
no, it's not. But then if you're the fucking average like British soldier back then, and you were supposed to like, let's say, storm a small French city in the countryside, and you knew that you would have to fight for like all of those bushes and those houses and farms and whatnot, and the average like distance between engagement wasn't like something on the like 100, 150, 200 meters away. Like, would you prefer to have a lane field on you or a stand?
A Sten, but even then, the Sten is shitty but deadly.
Yeah, I think that just because how effectively this thing managed to replace the Tommy gun, and we got to remember there are like there's the well gun. I forgot like back then I haven't thought about the well gun right here, which is kind of a quote more refined version of what a Stan would be. What a Stan would be, you know, like a very cheap submachine gun. But I think wasn't the well gun like in 45? I think it was in 45, right? Or was it 9mm? I don't really remember now. But like, since this thing was like so effective in replacing the Tommy gun on the British lines, I think it deserves like credit because of that. It's pretty much an angry tube. You know, it's a lead pipe that spits bullets. That's pretty much it. But it was effective in doing whatever the fuck it needed to do. And again, like the Sterling that came after was not really like very wide adopted during World War II. I think it was like
that
made
was
like in,
very much later on.
Yeah, later World War II. Like it was
just almost missing the world.
Yeah,
it's almost missing the war.
It was kind of like the Tommy gun in World War I, right? When they were like, oh, we have this gun, it will be amazing. And then, oh, this gun is shipping, conflict over, right? while the thing is in the transport route. But like I've said, just because of how effective this thing was to replace a Tommy gun and how cheap and like easy to make it is, and how much it would give like a good firepower for the how many bucks you would spend in producing this, I think it deserves more credit than just like what'd you say, Snake? Like C?
C, shitty but deadly.
Ah, nah, bro. I would give it at least a B, if not an A.
A is pushing it.
Bro, you gave me the fucking
I'll
Owen gun
probably
that were
reconsider
used by
for
like
Mark.
half a dozen of fucking Australians an A.
Okay,
The
so
Owen should be
the one that we seen is the Mark II Sten, and well, I'd say I'll probably meet you in the middle at a B. But that's all you're gonna get from me, because unless if we're gonna consider the later versions of the Sten, if we're gonna be staying on this particular model, which is the Mark II, it's only gonna get B at the most for me.
B at most. Yeah.
Same,
I
yeah,
could
B.
concede to a B for the Mark II, but that's it.
All right, let's take a look at a video of this thing firing, because I like
Hey,
this.
anyways, guys, I do apologize for cutting this short, but I gotta get going.
All right,
see ya.
bud. Thanks for stopping by. I'll talk to you later, bro. Have a nice
By
day
the way,
for you.
Monty, next week, you're gonna do rifles, right? Next week, or
We'll go continue.
Probably machine guns and shotguns. But we're
Ooh,
gonna see.
okay.
We're gonna see, because we don't know like what is the rhythm that we're gonna go through, like these things.
well, good. In the case, keep me updated, lah.
All right.
Hey, you guys have a good one. So.
All right. See ya.
Easy.
Genuine rage at the Owen gun. No, it's hard for me to like accept the fact that the fucking Owen gun is above the stand. Like,
It is. It has better ergonomics. It's just better.
Yeah.
Snake,
Yeah.
I want to beat the shit out of you, bro. You asshole. Let me see the stand shooting. Oh, I'm gonna see this. We're gonna see the stand shooting, and then I wanna complain about something that a former friend of mine used to say about this thing. But let's see. Oh my god, the fire rate was like all over the place.
Look how he has to hold that. It looks so awkward.
Wait, you're talking about where he was holding it?
Yeah, his arm hand.
Uh-huh.
There's no good grip on this stand.
No, there's not. Like depending on where you like grab on your thumb literally sits right on top of the mag release button. It's so like it's one of those things that you realize that they didn't put a lot of thought into like how they would like ergonomically think this thing, but you can clearly see that it wasn't in their their priority to make something like ergonomically good or like comfortable, but it did what it did.
The German Sten is better than the British Sten solely for the fact they made the magazine normal, so you actually had a better grip.
Oh, bro, I think I know which one you're talking about. I don't remember the German designation for that.
3008.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you guys think this is a C weapon?
B at most.
B.
Okay, I will agree to put it as B.
Shitty but deadly.
Ugh, angry. Again, like Sterling better than the thing, but since we are like taking a look at these guns in like a World War II scenario, since it didn't solve combat, it's B or C.
For what?
I never like the Sterling. Sterling SMG. Where video? I want to see video. Show me them videos. I never actually saw one of these things shooting, if I'm not wrong. Oh, that's the. Oh yeah, cause the German ones, they actually put the magazine on the lower part of the gun.
Yeah, they put it in normal people way.
Oh, I see.
Therefore, it is marginally better in ergonomic.
Oh, but it looks so weird, bro.
No, it does. It looks relatively normal.
I mean, it kind of
It's
looks like
a
they
regular
just rotated the thing, you know?
Pretty much. I mean, I fired this thing in Insurgency Sandstorm, and I really like how it felt on there. Also in Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, and Hand Grenades.
Wait,
I'd say,
wait.
like
You're talking about the Sterling, right?
the Sterling, yes, the
Oh,
Sterling.
okay.
It's in there. So
Yeah, no, I remember. I used this thing in like in Insurgency. It was fun to use.
it was again it on the cheaper end. It's also
Yeah.
portrayed in the game on the cheaper end. For your options of SMGs, and you know what? I got no complaints about it. I really
It's
do not
also
have
the
any complaints.
EM11 blaster.
Oh yeah.
From Star
Yeah.
Wars.
Oh yeah. Give it the 10-round magazine. Fold that stock in, and then there you go. You got your
Star
stormtrooper
Wars
blaster right there.
blaster. Okay,
Really need that.
let us. Oh, they have a video from British. Oh, this is an interesting one. Should we watch this?
Nah, let's continue. Let's try
Oh
to
my
get this.
god. Okay, I'm gonna put it my thing to watch later. I love this channel, but anyway. It definitely feels like way more refined than
Yeah,
the
it
original
is.
stands, but again, like this is it says like more about the original stands than about this thing right here. So what do we say? Like same rating?
A.
A?
A.
Even
What
though
do
we
you think,
didn't
Louie?
serve the war. Louie, are you there?
Sorry. I got called over for something. Wait, what was it?
Sterling
I think
grade?
Sterling was an A.
I think I'd probably, just by a marginal amount, probably bumped it to an A.
Okay. Let's put it in A then.
I don't really got any gripes with it, not gonna lie.
Okay, fucking still hate the fact that the Owen is sitting at A.
It should be an S, and you know it.
Oh my god, I fucking hate you guys. I hate you. Ah. Okay, Nambo Type 100.
D.
Oh my god, what do you mean? Bro,
This
you're
is the
not gonna-
same
I'm
anime
sorry.
cartridge,
Yeah, it
barely
is.
made, expensive. It gets a D.
Nah, no, bro, you can't do that with me. Come on.
Yes, I can.
No, you can. Do we have... I'm pretty sure we have videos of this thing firing.
There's barely any of them made. Same anemic cartridge as the Type 14. D.
Hey, yo, we have a video from a real Japanese guy using firearms. What is this? Mirage? Let us take a look at this thing. I am impressed. Oh my god, not the Katyusha barrage. And the Katyusha barrage, like, totally fucked up because of blurred. Oh, I can't believe this. Also, hi X, how are you, bro? Arisaka Best. Oh no, we have another enjoyer of Japanese firearms here. X,
Exactly
help
like
me
what we
here.
got the
Help
Type
me here,
14.
Rex. Like, no, fuck. I'm maxing stuff. Like, X, help me here, cause Snake wants to put the Type 100 in D tier. I won't
Same
accept
anemic
this.
cartridge, barely any made, expensive. D.
Bro, you just made me put the fucking Owen at A tier. You're not
It
gonna
should
put
be
the...
S. It should
No,
be
it
S. You
shouldn't.
know
Fuck,
it.
get the fuck
You
out
know
of
you
here,
agree
bro.
with me, don't you, Louie?
Bro.
Hmm?
You agree with O, it should be S.
No, I only said it was an A.
Lame.
Bro, this thing was actually well made. Okay, like half a dozens of them were made, but that's on the fucking Japanese. The gun itself was well made. Like you can't say that.
Anemic cartridge.
It is, but then like fucking like what else is anemic? Like 9mm can be considered anemic, bro.
It's shooting the same caliber as the Type 14 Nambu.
Yeah, but that thing is only shooting 8 rounds. This one is shooting like 30 down the line. You get like power through volume of fire, bro.
It's not that powerful of a cartridge.
Oh yeah, but like if you put like 15 in the chest of an American soldier in the middle of the, I don't know, like Palaliu Islands, like you're getting him down.
Well, then you're gonna have to push the Moss 38 up because it shoots essentially 32 ACP.
I would rather put the Moss 38 up than put that fucking Owen gun in A tier.
The Owen gun is good.
Bro, I'm still salty about that. Get the fuck out of here.
No.
No, I'm bro, like this is not like a D tier weapon. Come on.
I'll bump it up to C. How about that?
Nah, bro.
C.
Fuck, this thing, it looks good. It doesn't have a lot of recoil. The only issue was that the ammo and the fact that it was made by fucking Japan, so it wasn't made at all. Okay, let's compromise here. Let's put the Type 100 at B, and then I can let you choose the fucking grade for the Nambu Type 2 here, which is another Japanese thing.
That's a D. It never went anywhere. It's prototype.
Okay, I will let you do the whatever you want with that Type 2. Like as long as you choose to put this thing here on B. Come on, Louie, back me up.
It's a B. Tentative B.
B minus, like B minus.
Yes.
B minus minus, like twice.
Oh.
What about you, Louie? Louie, don't betray me here. Don't do that with me, Louie. You guys already rigged the whole Owen gun thing.
I'd say I probably. I don't really got a lot right, since I don't really care too much about this particular firearm, so I think I'll probably just give it a B.
Yes! 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 I'm talking way too loud.
Again,
like
I could really care less about this thing.
Oh fuck! I love the Type 100. All right. Next one. M3 and M3A1 grease gun, 45 ACP, stamped steel, American Angry Tube. S.
Nah, A.
Okay, tell me one thing that the grease gun does worse than the fucking Thompson.
I never said it was worse than Thompson.
No, okay, but I'm
A.
asking you.
It's a tube. It has a good rate of fire, good slow rate of fire for an SMG. It works.
Not intimidating enough compared to Thompson, though. That's one thing.
No. Okay. Let's be real here. Half of the fucking reputation that the Tommy gun got for being like an intimidated weapon was because of the fucking gangsters. If it wasn't like that 20-year period prior to World War II.
Even though it's contradictory to what to Mr. Thompson and whatnot. It literally had two faces, one for the gangsters and one in the American GI.
Oh yeah,
in its development. So yeah, again, but Thompson filled a lot of roles and all that stuff. But we're talking about the grease gun as of right now.
Yeah.
It's a thing. It's not really up there in the development as like to the Thompson, but like where I said initially, again, it's an SMG for the tankers, and 45 ACP has the comical crank handle charging there, and also it has a dust cover as a safety. So
And in the A1 model, you have to put your finger in the
Chamber.
to cock the ball back.
I mean, you gotta choose,
Yeah.
bro. You either get your fucking charging handle like bent and the gun doesn't work properly, or you gotta stick your finger over there. It's one out of the two. I would rather have a fucking gun that works, but I still prefer the original M3. Like, I really like the fucking charging handle style, even though, I mean, history showed us that it wasn't the best course of action for that particular weapon. The funny thing is that the thing that I told about my former friend a little bit earlier related to the stand is that, you know, I'm an M3 I'm an M3 grease gun enjoyer, and he was a stand enjoyer, and you know, pretty much both are the same sort of strategy, right? Stamp steel, complete stamp steel, like very simple submachine guns to be cheap, reliable, and easy to produce. And he would like joke about the grease gun looks and then like compliment the stand looks. And I was like, bro, they are pretty much the same angry tube, but only one was made in fucking Britain and one was made in America. But it's pretty much the same shit.
The
Like the
M3
same-
grease gun has better ergonomics because the magazine you can actually hold and not have to hold on the side.
I mean, yeah,
And it has a pistol grip.
although it had pretty much the same issue as the stand when it comes to like holding the mag well and sitting your thumb on top of the magazine well.
Yeah, but that's a more natural position than
Yeah.
having to hold it on the side.
Yeah, I mean, Imp got a point when it comes to the grease gun and the Thompson. Like, you hold the grease gun and say "Merry Christmas, you filthy animals," and you're gonna get laughed at because, again, it doesn't look scary. Like, if you put your eyes on it like quick, it doesn't look scary. But again, like the original Tommy gun, like the prototypes from like World War I, in which they didn't have they only had like stick mags. They didn't had stocks at all. They didn't look very menacing. Like the Tommy gun that we know today, like the 1921 or 1928 one, with like all the wood parts, the wood furniture, like the stock, the front grip, the guts compensator, the ventilated barrel. I don't know, like the barrel that had the little things on it. Like, that thing looks menacing. You look at that weapon and you think, oh, that's a badass weapon. But the original Tommy gun wasn't. In my case, I think that the grease gun easily deserved. Of course, like, I would say S because I'm completely biased towards it. It's a very nice rate of fire, but I would say S because I'm biased. But I can, you know, come to an agreement and say A.
A.
I'd say A for its
All right.
purpose and
Yeah.
whatnot, and the role that serves.
And I mean, it's served with like flying colors and in World War II and after World War II. So,
Yeah.
yeah. All right, so this one right here, I think it's called like it was a German weapon. Like, I think it was the Irma submachine gun or something like this. It was
I
pretty
don't
much,
actually know about this thing.
yeah, like I remember seeing that thing in Battlefield and getting kind of interested in it, but like let me take a look here. Irma.
It's called the Irma EMP.
Oh yeah, EMP, exactly.
It was
Heinrich
mostly used
Vollmer.
by the Waffen SS.
Waffen SS.
But I mean, it's pretty much an MP18 with a foregrip, or an MP28 with a foregrip, kind of.
Let us take a look at this thing like firing, cause like 20 round drum mag, 550 rounds per minute. So the thing is, it fires kind of slow.
Probably
Okay,
at a
old man.
reasonable enough rate.
Yeah, but like comparing to a bunch of other submachine guns that would fire at 600 plus, I would say that anything that would fire like under 600, like the grease gun, the stand, the MP40, they would be really focused on control, like recoil control and like ammo expanding because of that low fire rate. Because that was a lot of another thing with the grease gun. They decided to go with something very slow because like guys would spend a lot of fucking rounds with Tommy guns on the battlefield, even with the M1A1s.
Okay.
Okay, old man, come on.
This is weird. This is my first time seeing something like this. Not gonna lie.
Really?
It's a pre-war
Yeah.
SMG. It was actually considered pretty
That
okay.
wood furniture, though, that's
It's really
It's
really
pretty
well
much-
made.
It's kind of like, think of it as like a MP28 except with a foregrip. And
Yeah.
that's literally that of the wood furniture.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I
I'd
mean,
say
Huh. Okay.
Either
Well,
B
this is
or
more an
C.
education, though.
B.
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 all right. B it is.
Solid B.
Unless it wasn't really used that much in
Yeah,
war,
it
was
It
was.
was mostly used by the SS.
That's why I said
Oh.
that it would go maybe
And
on
France,
C.
and France actually did use some Irmas from Spanish communists that lost the Civil War. They captured some of it, so the French did use it.
Okay.
See how that ended up for the French, right? all right. German MP40, which for some reason people calls like the Schmeisser, but it wasn't designed by Schmeisser.
MP40 gets an A. It set a lot of standards for stamp sheet metal tube SMGs.
I think it deserves like all of the credits. I think I would go with an A as well, simply because how crazy controllable this thing was. You know, how it used the sort of like caliber that you could pretty much find like anywhere. So, well, at the Germans boys wouldn't have any issues with ammo logistics. It is like very well made. The even without that foldable stock, the recoil would be like very easy to control. It has good ergonomics. Like I think apart from the detail that soldiers wouldn't load like the full capacity of the mag, because they would
That
claim
was
that.
mostly with the Sten.
Yeah.
It was downloaded to 28 or 30.
Yeah,
if I remember
exactly.
correctly.
But apart from that, I never saw anyone complaining about this thing, and still to this day is one of those submachine guns that, even though I know recoil is the name of the game here, so even though I know how controllable this thing is, every single time that I watch a video of someone firing one of these things, I get impressed with how little recoil it has.
Yeah.
It's like you can't, of course, you're not gonna be able to, you know, like pick targets at like longer distances with this thing, because in the end of the day it's like a pistol caliber cartridge, but you can definitely pick your shots and like be accurate with it if you want to. And because of the fire rate, just because it doesn't have like a fire selector, it doesn't have the possibility of firing it in semi-auto. Since the fire rate is low, you can just pull the trigger in like in certain intervals, and you will be able to fire like single shots like very easily. So I would say that it's definitely one of the best submachine guns of the war.
Yep.
What about you, Louie?
They pretty much you said everything that I was gonna say there, so yeah. I don't know. There's not much for me to add on to what you say about this particular SMG. You see it pretty much like everywhere. It's iconic.
And it had some weird versions. You got it? You guys remember that?
Which versions?
It had the particular version that had like a wooden stock instead of the foldable one. It had a version that
the
had
fixed one.
yeah,
I think I remember that.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember that one.
It also
So,
had a version that had the capability of like holding kind of like 2 mags.
Yeah,
That
so
was
the
mostly
lower
prototyping
of that
kind of
thing with the wood furnitures, that's just basically taking things from the MP28, I think, MP28,
Yeah.
and just putting that as the lower for, the MP40. They like what they had going with the upper with the MP40 and all that stuff, but some people some folks like the ergonomics of the MP28 in there, so they're able to actually have like a little of both worlds. And yeah, that is a variation of the MP40, so it did had some unique variations to it. I'm just saying that like we see MP40s all the time in like pop culture and all that stuff. You even see that as like the bad guy weapon before the AK and whatnot, right? So I don't know.
And a
there's
lot
really
of them
not
went
that
to
much-
Middle East.
Yeah. Well, a
That's
lot
definitely
of
because
guns
they're
ended up
surplus
in the
in them.
Middle East. Just a lot.
Yeah.
If I do recall correctly, like just like immediately out of the war, around Japan, there were military surplus warehouses with these MP40s, and the Yakuza, out of the time coming out of the war, actually utilized these weapons, stealing them from warehouses that were still stationed around. Weirdly enough.
That is a very interesting thing. I never heard about that one. Now, since you brought that one up, like there was actually like a Brazilian politician that had one of these things, like in the 1950s. He was literally like a politician that would go to Congress and whatnot, and he carried this thing in in a trench coat, like under a trench coat, with like a folded stock. And everyone knew that he would go around carrying that shit, and he even nicknamed the submachine gun, because the guy was involved with like a lot of corruption and a lot of organized crime. So he would carry that shit around to deal with his issues if he needed to. So yeah, that's since you brought the Yakuza thing up, I thought about bringing that one yet. So like A tier, right? Are we on a agreement here?
Yeah.
Yeah. A.
All right. I think that this one sits very well in A tier. There's a imposter here in A tier, but let's move
Yeah,
on.
it should be an S. It should be an S.
Get the fuck out of here.
No.
All right, Numbu type 2A, like you said, Snake experimental weapon. I think it still used like the 8mm Numbu, but like with an extremely stupid fire rate. I don't know why the Japanese thought it would be a good idea. And I don't know, everything about this weapon feels weird. And since we're talking about Japan, it pretty much ends absolutely nowhere.
D.
The end. D? Yeah, I don't think it's like utter garbage. I think it deserves like
It has
tier.
potential if it was refined more.
Yeah, I would say that it's kind of weird to think that they would actually put some efforts in trying to come up with something like this when they had the Type 100 and they didn't even put any sort of effort in making that thing in like reasonable numbers. And then suddenly they are like, oh, let's try and make something else. I'm like, really? But why? All right.
I'm being called by my mom.
Oh, don't worry about that. You can answer that. Don't worry. Just
Alright,
go.
I'm gonna mute here.
Go. Okay. Fucking Soviet PPD 34.
gets
Pistolet Pulemio. I'm
very
gonna butcher it.
expensive SMG.
Uh-huh.
Heavy, and the drum magazine was actually worse because you had to deal with the an extra bit to be able to insert it, but
Uh-huh.
and it did help lead to the development of the PPSH 41, but what's this called again?
PPD 34.
Yeah.
Or
34.
wait, is it PPD 34 or no, it's PPD 34 because 41 is the PPSH.
Yeah, PPD 34 get to what did I say? C D.
Let me see. What do we have? I think it's not bad enough to be at D because after all, even though it was like an expensive and complicated weapon to produce, especially if compared to the successor, the PPSH 41, it was still inspired by the fucking Swami. They developed this thing because of the Swami.
Yeah.
And the Swami was a very good weapon, even though it was an expensive weapon to produce as well.
Yeah.
I just think that it was like
the Swami did it better.
Yeah, the Swami did it better, and the PPSH 41 did it way much better than the PPD 34. So I don't think it's like bad enough to be with these other things, but I think it would be, let's say, unimportant enough to sit close to the Master D8, for example.
Yeah.
I'm still annoyed by this as well. PPSH 41 shouldn't be in C, you morons.
You put the dorks. O in an A, it should be S. I don't want to hear it.
Oh my god, was that a fucking personal vendetta against me?
Possibly.
God damn you.
Swami gets an A. Swami gets an A.
Swami gets an A? Yeah, I would say that Swami deserves that as well. Because, again, it was a very good made weapon. It was very effective. If it wasn't effective, it wouldn't have spawned like creations like the PPD or the PPSH.
Yeah.
Imagine putting the PPD 34 in the same tier as the PPSH. You can blame Louie and Snake for that one, Danjo, because like in my opinion, the PPSH 41 would deserve at least the same spot, the same treatment as the PPD 43, but these guys refused. They committed like treason, and they decided to create a mutiny against me.
Owen gets an S.
Bro, can you believe me? They made me put the fucking Owen gun at A. They rigged the election. And then they forced me to put the PPSH 41 at C tier.
You're the only one who thinks that Owen gets an A. You think the Owen is bad when it's good.
Outrageous, bro. Outrageous.
Owen is good.
But yeah, like very reliable weapon back in the day, if I am not wrong, with the capabilities of using both stick and drum mags. I think if I'm not wrong, I think down the line with like the quote more modern Swamis, they removed the ability of using like the drum mag and only stuck the. A lot of them would do that.
Yeah, they took coffin mags, which are
oh yeah, the thicker ones. The thicker ones, right?
Mags,
Wait, that was like quad stack?
Yeah, quad stack.
Oh yeah, that's why they were so thick.
Yeah.
They were like thick with 3 Cs, bro.
Oh yeah, they held what, like 60 rounds, something like that?
I don't think it was actually 60, but it was definitely more than. Let's just take a look here. Swami coffin mags. 50.
Okay,
bro,
50.
These things are fucking thick, bro.
Yeah.
Take a look here. Take a look at how thick these things were. I mean, as long as the fucking image loads, but no, it needs to be like fucking like 240 resolution. Yeah, I would agree that the Swami, I think in the worst case scenario would be like a B tier.
Yeah, just due to the weight and the fact
No,
that it's very expensive.
not
to
even
produce.
that. I think because like even though it was like very influential, and it saw a good amount of combat, it was not like a huge amount of combat, you know. They used those things in what, like the interwar period, then the winter war.
It was Finland's main SMG in World War II, and they used it through the Winter War, through the Continuation War, the Lapland War. So all throughout World War II, it was very popular.
Yeah, it was a fact that I think it absolutely deserves like an A tier.
Yeah.
And well, I guess the last one for today, last but not least, right? The Thompson, and in this one, this is particular a 1928 version of the Tommy gun that we have here on the screen, but that pretty much encapsulates like all the wide variety of Tommy gun models that were used like throughout the war. You know, things like the M1921, the M1, the M1A1, the M1928. So, you know, you have a wide variety of these things. They could vary from having like only stick mags to being able to use both drum mags and stick mags. Some of them have the forward grip, some of them didn't have the forward like angle grip, some of them had cuts compensators to help with recoil, some of them didn't. The older ones like the 1921s and 1928s had like a way higher rate of fire that like got funny enough. And I remember seeing this from one of the videos of like Ian from Forgotten Weapons. He clearly says that even though they have a higher rate of fire, the 1921 and 28 are more controllable than the M1A1s and the M1.
Yeah, because they have a different locking mechanism. The M1A1 is direct.
Oh yeah, because they actually simplified that thing in order to try and make the gun cheaper, right?
Because early in the war, the Thompson was more expensive than produced than the M1919A1.
Oh yeah, that shit was like expensive as fuck. Like if I remember correctly, like back then each Tommy gun would cost like either 200 or 250 USD to be produced. And
Yeah,
meanwhile,
the 1919 was like $40 or $50 to produce.
yeah, and like in the grease gun when they actually started producing that thing was either $25 or like $15 a piece. So it was, let's say like 10% of the price of a, like with the price of a single Thompson, you could make like 10 M3 grease guns, which would use like the same caliber, like be more reasonable for the soldier to carry, have like a lower fire rate, which would mean like less ammo consumption, and you know, with less movable parts and whatnot, that means that you're gonna need like less replacement parts as well. But like I mean, again, a very iconic weapon used throughout like the interwar period, majority by either law agencies but also by gangsters like mobsters and bank robbers. Very iconic in pop culture. I would say Dunjo says it deserves an A. I think it deserves an S, because even though it you're just like on a personal vendetta because of the Owen.
No, because the stock on it is bad.
No, the stock is bad.
Give you a good recoil.
The stock
it's
is
heavy, and took a long time for production to get to the point where it was cheap and reasonable.
Yeah. No, and you know what's funny? Because I don't remember exactly where I've read that, but apparently, since the timing of the Thompson was like very shit, it like right in the end of World War I, right? Apparently, it took them literally years for them to actually sell the guns that they had made. Like they made an initial batch of an X amount of guns, and they expected to sell this thing in like an X amount of period, but then it literally took them years in order to actually be able to sell them all.
Yeah.
And and it's like, I think the company even went under and then was bought by someone else or something like this. I mean, if it wasn't an S tier, it wouldn't have been replaced by the M3. You got a point, Angel. I just think that it's a very cool looking gun. Like overall, the again, you said about the stock snake. Another good thing, you can easily remove the stock on that shit.
Yeah, but there's no other stock to put on it. It's just that stock that dips down.
Yeah. I mean, okay, but like, come on, guys. Ooh, it deserves an A tier.
It gets an A.
Yeah, because it was really helpful and widely used in World War II, both by America and also by Britain. It was largely used in the interwar period, you know, by other forces. Let's put it that way. But also, it did its fucking job. It did its like a tour of action, right? It was effective, even though it was big, bulky, heavy as fuck. Again, if it was like a perfect gun, it wouldn't be replaced. Oh, Elijah, there are a lot of guns, but we are not going through all of them today. We're gonna leave probably the shotguns and light machine guns to our next stream, or maybe the rest of the list to our next stream, because we end up like talking a lot about these things since we really like them all. So you can expect us either next Saturday again or like in 2 weeks from now. We're gonna see. Maybe the boys might have some sort of appointment. Maybe Snake has to go back to work.
No, I'm not going back to work for a while.
Ah, bro.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think it definitely deserves like an A tier. It's a very nice weapon. I really enjoy it. I think the only bad thing about like modern day Thompsons is that people are, I mean, because of stupid gun laws in America, Ohio ordinance is producing these things again. You can buy them in
auto only.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like you can buy those things in a wide variety of like different configurations, and that is amazing. Like different barrel lengths and like different styles of furniture and like finishing and whatnot. But then it's only semi-auto, which absolutely fucking eliminates the purpose of a Tommy gun. Because the purpose of that thing is like spray and pray. Like that is what brings fun to the gun. And then you're like, oh no, it's like a semi-auto one. And you're like, and I don't even know if the parts are compatible, but even if they are, I am sure that parts, like original parts for a full auto Tommy gun nowadays, it's literally costing on the thousands of dollars, because I know that full auto Tommy guns nowadays are going for like literally dozens of thousands of USD.
Yeah. Then you have to pay a $200 tax. Damn.
Yeah. But then gotta remember, you know, like I think that the lesson behind this whole Tommy gun thing right here is that you guys, especially the ones in America, you guys gotta remember what the government took from you, you know, in the 1934 Gun Act, in which they took your rights to actually go to a pawn shop or a gun store and buy a full automatic Thompson submachine gun. That's what they took from you. Never forget, bros.
Never forget.
Never forget. All right. I think it's nice for today. I think it's a good amount of guns for today. We went through a lot. We went through like what, 3, 6, 9, 10, 13, 16, 19, 20, 23, 26. I'm bad at math. 28, 32, 33 guns. 32. We pretty much cover a little bit over half. I think we can finish in another another stream. So yeah, we will probably be doing like a part 2 for this thing, either like in 1 week or in like 2 weeks. I still have to check with the boys, but yeah, it was pretty fun. We just gotta make sure to actually, you know, go through our scheduling a little bit better, because I think it was my fault that I kind of miscommunicate with Louie when it comes to the you know, like time zones and whatnot. But it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, you said it was like 8:30 EDT. 8:30 EDT. That's 9 a.m.
Wait, did I?
GMT plus 8 for me. Yeah,
Wait.
you said 8:30.
8:30. I might have said towards like my thing and I didn't specify.
Well, I assume that you're EDT, right?
No, his time zone is slightly
Yeah, no, I'm in a
from mine.
different time zone.
You're what? You
No, but it's fine. It's fine. In the end of the day, we managed to do this, and you didn't even lost like the first gun.
Yeah.
Because you actually came when we were like doing the P38 thing, so it's fine. All right. Do you guys want to add anything else? Oh, by the way, Louie, we actually gave the Tommy gun an A rank and the Swami an A rank as well.
Yeah, I figured those two would probably hit A.
All right. So I guess we are kind of on the same page when it comes to those two, which makes me happy. You know, the only thing that doesn't make me happy is actually seeing the fucking Owen gun at A. I'm still annoyed by that. No, I'm not. Yeah, no, you're right. Owen is S, exactly.
I think I'd probably be in the middle there. That I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say it's on an S. And I would be complacent for it to be A, but I wouldn't downplay it as much as how you know, Dick here would be making it. So.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that it's ugly and it haven't done a lot in the fuck. The stand did way more than the fucking Owen gun.
Yeah,
but the Owen gun is better
in the Pacific, quite literally where it was mostly placed. That's and plus we're hearing a lot more good positives, more pros than cons to it, aside from its aesthetics, in which you're placing it strictly only on aesthetics for some certain reason that gives your final evaluation.
I'm gonna give you guys the time until our next stream for you guys to convince me, and maybe I might change that rate.
Look, the Sten Mark II wasn't comfortable and didn't look good either, but yet it still somehow got where it is.
I mean, angry tube. you know, like the people say that like everything in Australia is like upside down. I think that applies to their guns as well. Right?
It is. Well,
With
it is kind of upside down with how you had to aim it. So.
Sure. Bro, I fucking hate guns with like offset like iron sights. It is so weird for me.
I might not like the brand.
The brand is fucking weird. Like I don't dislike it, but it's still fucking weird with that offset like iron sight. Yeah.
Everyone should have adopted the Madsen instead.
Oh, okay, fuck. You kind of broke my fucking theory there, because I fucking love the Madsen and that thing has offset iron sights.
No, it doesn't. The Madsen has a centered line sight. The Madsen has an offset magazine.
Oh no, yeah, it's the magazine that offset. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, because it's sitting right on top there. Where are you gonna put the front and rear sight if the magazine's occupying that right between that co-witness?
And you gotta remember that the Madsen has like a version of the M3 grease gun charging handle, but on fucking steroids. Because that thing is gigantic. The charging handle on that gun is like big.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you were also firing like what? Is it like
any caliber they wanted to put?
Yeah, pretty much. They did that thing in like fucking. Pretty sure they made
7
like a
millimeter,
20. Yeah.
Any variety of 7mm, 8mm, 30-06.
Yeah, pretty much. All right. Do you guys want to add anything, boys, before we finish?
Well, good.
I'm pretty much complacent with everything I have here. I don't really got any gripes with the tier list that we have thus far.
Yeah, it was good. Like, it was nice to see that we had like somewhat similar opinions on those things, on those goddamn boomsticks.
Yeah.
And like I was talking to Steak, Louie, since we went through like 33 weapons, I'm pretty sure we can finish this thing in another one of those streams. We just need to schedule them, because I don't know what your guys' schedules for the next couple of weeks, but we will let you know, fellas. Believe me, we will let you know. Well, okay, thanks for stopping by, bros. I'm gonna look for someone to raid at the moment. Let me take a
Thanks
look
for
here.
having me
How
on.
about Poltru? He's playing Hell at Loose right now.
Oh yeah, Bot is playing Hell Let Loose right now.
Hey, this is actually consistent.
Yeah, I mean, I could raid Bot. I wouldn't mind. All right, Bot was with here a little bit earlier, fellas. For those who didn't come until like very at the end of the program, I would say. Bot is a really nice friend of ours. He is a Japanese weapons simp, and he usually plays these like more hardcore mill sims, so he's playing some Hell Let Loose at the moment. We're gonna be raiding him, and I really appreciate everyone that joined us today, and I hope to see you guys for our next one as well. All right, say bye to everyone, fellas.
Bye.
See you later, guys.
All right, see ya, fellas. Have a wonderful night.
Oh, have a happy new year.